Wait. Big ups, you chuffers. My first ever TikTok dance. Done TikTok dance. TikTok so young, said Alan.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
Welcome. Thank you, Red Fan, for the gifted subs.
Ladies, award ladies, super ladies. Let go of fearless, we came to take one.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, on the show. Alright, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Big ups, you chuffers. Tonight on the show. Alright. Alright. Tonight on the show, what I've got for you is Luke's going to tell us about how he knows Peter Folding. It's a bit dry. We'll follow this guy. He's got a girlfriend. That guy's got a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. You might not have a girlfriend. That guy's got a girlfriend, right? And she fell asleep in the bath. So we'll be looking at that. She got cross about it. And that reminded me of a certain someone singing a certain song. So we'll be looking at that later as you sign off. I do want to see what Ella Ringrose has been saying about how to make money.
You can accumulate your big dreams, your big visions.
So I'm going to accumulate my big dreams and visions later, hopefully, by listening to Ella Ringrose. But of course, this is the man of the hour, isn't it? Always, every hour, all the time, every hour. Alan, AD. And because he's been so fucking bad this week. Oh, all right. Give yourselves a clap. Give yourselves a clap. Give yourselves a kissy. Give yourselves a kissy. Give yourselves a kissy. Because this week he's been pretty bad. Not done much. I uploaded a 20-minute video yesterday of what he done. What are you done? What Peter Folding, what I done? I'm Peter Folding, what I done. Right? Because he did that, and it wasn't very good. I love these sound effects. Oh, it's so good. Oh! Go on then, one more time. Just once more, though. All right, look. Thank you for the super chat, Cheeky Chops. Just had your grass and buttercup soup for tea. Of course, we've got the tip pieces. I need to log in. Where's my page? There's my page. Got that as well. You can tippies this way as well. It's all fine. You can tippy any way you want. Tippy any way you want. Alright, alright, alright. Alright. So I know what I do in. Get in and stop your messing. Get in and stop your messing. Oosh. All right. Let's get started. Right, this is a bit dry, but people have requested. Luke has done a video about how he met people, and most of his video is I called someone on the phone and I talked to them on the phone. I got them to do an interview. What it is the whole episode of how I got my guests is actually it's like a weird sandwich. It's rubbish sandwich with the Peter Folding bit, and it's a way of sort of clearing, in my opinion, a strange point, which is that Luke somehow knew Peter Folding earlier, and Luke knew about the pictures, the sonar pictures in February, which really we're not all arguing about. But Luke brings them up as if they're really important points that he has to sort of clear, which makes me think they're lies. So did he know about the sonar pictures in February? I remember there being a live stream. Now you might remember it too. Some of you might have been there. Some of you might not. I don't know. He's deleted them now. I couldn't be happier.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you for the 3 hugs.
Lego and fearless, we came to take one. Follow ladies.
Uh-huh.
I want ladies.
Uh-huh.
Super ladies.
Right.
High heels on my tippies.
Cool. I think in that live stream he did a while ago, he did say something about February. It rings a bell. When he says it now, it rings a bell. So the questions are now farted into the air. Did you know Peter Folding before you let on? And did you see the pictures in February? Because why do people think you see the pictures in February? Where's that come from? Apparently it's something you really need to make sure you clarify. And you definitely didn't know him before. And the more you sort of, methinks she doth protest too much, which, like, you know, is kind of misogynistic, isn't it, really? But in this case, it's like a bit of a one of them. So let's hear what he's got to say.
Okay. Probably what you've been waiting for.
Okay.
So, Peter Folding. How do I know Peter Folding?
You called him up and said, Peter. Well, what you did was you did a YouTube video saying, I love you, Peter. And then Peter Folding was like, hey, he loves me a bit. And then you called him up and then he knew you'd called him and stuff. So then he got in touch with you. And, you know, the romance blossomed, didn't it?
How did I...
Follow, ladies. Onward, ladies. Wait, I want to press this button a few more times.
I've got a big armchair. Oh yeah, I've got a dog. I've got a pedigree dog. I got all the bling. As much chicken as I can eat.
Follow, ladies. Onward, ladies. Super ladies. Nutterwatch.
Pedigree dog.
House, and how did I do the interview where he said he found Nicola Bully in the river? Okay, well, I'll tell you. So,
I'll tell you.
Simple as this, really. Back
It's as simple as
June,
it would be as simple
with
as
the
this.
inquest,
It would be as simple as this if you hadn't deleted all your weird live streams you'd done.
which we all have our thoughts on the inquest. I don't think it was very good. I made a video about my kind of inconsistencies, my opinions. Got to keep saying opinions, don't you?
Got to keep saying opinions. Tell you what, opinions are like arseholes. Everyone is one.
My opinions on what I thought of...
Did you hear what I said? I said everyone is one. Not everyone has one. Everyone is one. That's me doing a play on words. Thank you, Deborah Rabbit, for the £2 super chat.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say ain't Gabbana, that's on my two-piece. Top.
I learned a TikTok dance. It's because I scrolled through the shorts and it come up a few times. And I was like, I like this song. Do, 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 dee, do, dee, do. That's going on in my mind forever now. So I was like, do, 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 dee, do, dee, do, 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 like doing that to the dog. I could do a TikTok. I'm ready. I'm ready to do my first TikTok. I'm dressed suitably strangely. I've got a phone. What do you want from me?
And things that didn't make sense to me. And one of my points, I had like 9 points, I think. One of them was, why wasn't Peter Folding in SGI invited to the inquest? That doesn't make no sense. I didn't know. It
doesn't make any sense.
Peter Folding from Adam.
Didn't know him. Definitely didn't know him. That's making sure we've...
Someone said I saw images of Nicola Bully in February.
Who said that? I don't remember anyone really saying that other than you. Now you said that, it rings a bell, and I'm thinking, didn't I hear you say that in one of your live streams that you deleted? And then you like stumbled over you. Didn't you say, oh, not February or February? Didn't that come up in that live stream when you were... It was before the Cash for Questions. It was before that. It was when you were coming up with the ideas and you were in a stream. And what happened was the stream was moving quite quickly. And I was there. And you said, I'm coming up with questions for a Peter Folding interview. Does anyone have any? And I put a couple in. They were legit. Quite straightforward questions. Not trolling you. I didn't really realise you had an egg on for me at that moment because I hadn't looked back into your content and seen that you'd atted me. But Big Ups BCTV, you get a button.
Where's Nancy?
Where's Nancy? Where do I want it? Where is Nancy anyway?
Where is Nancy anyway? She's probably watching some Nicole Kessinger content somewhere. So yeah, like I was in that stream and you were having trouble with the chat. You said it's moving too fast, can't keep up on all these questions. And so I said what you could do is slow mode, or you can put at in the chat and then it highlights it. At. Big up Snippies. You could put at in chat like that. At in chat. And then it highlights the name. And he said, I don't know about this. This is too much for me now during a live stream. And I was like, well, you're answering my questions. Like, literally, you know, you're picking out what I'm saying and talking. So you're handling it okay for me. Like, it's going okay. Don't panic, yeah? And he took that as like, when I said you're handling, he took that out of, oh, ban Super Chuffer. Super Chuffer's trying to cause trouble. And I wasn't trying to cause trouble. But... No, it is trouble, isn't it? So I remember being there, and I remember that one. Was it in that one when you said that you'd seen the pictures in February, or was it a different one? But see, I can't quite remember. I don't know how it's saved. I don't know if anyone else has got it saved. But when did he say that he seen the pictures in February. Maybe never. Maybe someone out there is saying that he did. I don't know who's saying that he did, other than him. So it seems like we've done a video to explain to everyone about how I, met the podcast guests, and one or two of them no one gives a shit about. But this bit in particular just clears up a very contentious, very serious point about something that I'm definitely not lying about. So just make sure everyone knows that. It's a bit of a weird video, this.
Invited to the inquest. That doesn't make no sense. Why wasn't Peter Fording and SGI invited to the inquest? That doesn't...
Wait, this is still going on in my head? I'm going to have to make a TikTok. Curve face. Totally vacant. Totally vacant. Little bird flew through there.
Make no sense. I didn't know Peter Fording from Adam. Someone said...
Big ups in chat. Look, what's happening now in chat, right, is there's... a bunch of you have got greens. A bunch of you are greens. That means you're members. We've got a couple of mods, but a bunch of you are greens. That means you're members. But I've got too many greys. I've got too many greys in chat. Too many greys. Greys are people who don't have members. So I'm going to gift my 5 gifted members for the month. I get I think I get 10 a month or some shit. I don't know what I get. I don't look into it. There's another gift. That one's from me. We've got too many greys. Well, now we've got a few more greens. And you chuffers can... that terminology that I've stolen there, greys in chat, that's from the sex channels that do the sex chats. They say only green people can tell me what to do with my... The grey people can't tell me what to do. But anyway. Anyway, we've got quite a few more greens now. There is members content on this channel. You can go back and watch the historic members content. You can also watch the new members content, which will happen every month, guaranteed now, almost nearly. Because, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, so it's worth doing it. It's worth doing it. And thank you to everyone who's upgraded their membership or re-uploaded their membership or re-upped their membership or sets it to automatic re-upload. That gives me a sense of real stability. So thank you very much for that.
Torture the battery boy.
I don't know what you heard about me.
It's got an aggressive sort of button there, actually. Wanted a nicer button than that, actually, if we could.
You know what shouldn't be on YouTube.
That's not better.
Okay, alright. So, thank you so much for that super trooper. Okay, alright.
I saw images of Nicola Bully in February.
Did you?
I didn't know Peter Fording in February.
Didn't you?
I met Peter Fording and I think it was June. I think it was August.
I think it was. I think it was
August.
I think so.
Well, I'll fact check that by going back to my documentary.
You could do that, or you could do it before you started recording this video in preparation of knowing what you were about to say.
So I met him. When I filmed the documentary at his house.
That's
so
when
I'll
you
find
did
the date of that and it'll be on the screen right now. Which way will it go? Will it go that way?
August 21st, description. Peter Fording documentary, The Man Who Searched for Nicola Bully. So I'm assuming that's a video and that's not the day you met him, because you wouldn't have finished your documentary on the day you met him, would you?
Or that way. So this is how this went down, right?
This is how it went down. Right, this is how it went down. Everybody, I'm going to tell you how things went down. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
I did my inquest video. My problems and what I found to be a little bit kind of off with it. One of the points being Peter Fording SGI. I then was watching that video back and that really was bugging me.
Bugging?
Why weren't SGI invited?
Why weren't they invited to that inquest?
To the inquest.
Yeah.
And this guy who I didn't know.
This guy who I definitely didn't know.
Peter Fording, who was doing all this media, he was doing all the media. He was saying all these things. He since regrets speaking to the media. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, why has he not been invited? I'd already said that in the video, and I was sitting there thinking on it, it kind of bugs me that.
X to doubt. X to doubt, pressing X to doubt here. I doubt that Luke was sitting there thinking. Doesn't seem like a thing that actually happens much.
So I made a video. Then I was thinking to myself, like...
Oh, big ups, Robin Green. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Do you want some buttons? You can get yourself some buttons. Let's get you some nice buttons. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. Let's get the crowd back out. Let's get the crowd back out.
Let go and feel this, we came to take one.
I can't stop the Alan. Where's Alan? I've got him on my buttons. Alan won't stop. Okay, I've got Alan stopped. Well, the buttons are really confusing me. I'm looking at the buttons here. There's too many buttons.
Follow ladies. I want ladies. Super ladies. Nutterwatch.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the gifted memberships. And if you've got a gifted membership, you should say thank you too. Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you? Really? Huh? Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you? Thank you. Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Feel like he's been made a scapegoat here.
You did say thank you. So thank you. Wait. This is a critical point.
Then I was thinking to myself.
Feel
like he's been made a scapegoat here.
I feel like he's been made a scapegoat here. Yeah, because after that inquest where everyone was thinking, hang on, we didn't get justice for Nicola Bully. the inquest missed out loads of stuff. Where's the justice? How come they said it was an accident? Here's one person who sat on the throne, the toilet, the porcelain throne, sat leaning over it, talking on the big white telephone. Oh, I've had a thought. There's one person sat thinking, hang on, they're making Peter Folding a scapegoat by not mentioning him at all in the inquest, by absolutely tying a bow around the whole thing and saying no more needs to be said about this, we're done here. They're making Peter Folding a scapegoat, aren't they, in the inquest? Are they? Are they, though? Though, are they? Because in some ways you might have thought that, but in some ways you might not. In some ways you might not have thought that until the COP report. When the COP report started to throw shade at Peter Folding. In that case, Peter Folding felt he was being made a scapegoat, and then he came out with this idea that he'd found Nicola Bully and he's got these images that you can't see that he proves he's fine. And then the COP report said, okay, we're going to bring the report out in a couple of weeks, but Peter's come forward right at the last minute after he's found out that we're going to be saying bad things about him. He's come forward and he said that he's got pictures of her after all. So we've looked at the pictures and we've put them through an independent expert, and we've all agreed they're not Nicola Bully. Plus, we dived that site at the time. So Peter's going to try and save his own ass here because he looks bad in this report. So what they did is they made a press conference for it was a closed media press conference, and they said basically, mainstream media, you big chuffers, we're going to be doing this report in 2 weeks. Peter Folding's going to be coming out and he's going to be saying that he's found Nicola Bully and he's got pictures. He's shown us the pictures. Here are the pictures. The mainstream press probably saw them at this time, and we don't think this is Nicola Bully. Here's our expert independent that said it's not. So we can't really fit this in the report now because it's 2 weeks before report's due date, but we've cleared it up. If Peter Folding does come to you, mainstream press, Sky News or whatever, if Peter Folding comes to you, then don't listen to his nonsense. You've seen it here first, all right? And then Peter Folding had no one else to talk to because no press wanted to hear from him. So that's the way that happened. But before all that happened, thank you very much, Robin. And look at the way it sits above my head there. I agree. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Thank you. Thank you.
There's facts, there's reality, and then there's your
bullshit world. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you like it. Or you shut the fuck up.
But yeah, so Peter Folding felt he was being made a scapegoat towards the end of that process. But earlier on, when he wasn't invited to the inquest, Luke, super sharp Agatha Christie here, super sharp Luke, Inspector Morse over here. Come on. In. It's just you and me. You might as well come in. I love this you. I pick you up. Oh, you've run away. I pick you up. you up. No, you're running away. All right, I won't pick you up then. So the super sharp Luke managed to spot this angle that Peter Folding was being made a scapegoat sort of earlier than anyone else, even before Peter Folding publicly started talking about it, which is pretty smart from Luke. Pretty smart indeed. Pretty smart indeed.
Let go and feel this, we came to take one.
Right, my opinion, other people's opinions, and other people. It isn't other people's opinions, but
I mean, I might be wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong in chat. But during the inquest, did people feel that Peter Folding was top of the? Like, I don't remember talking about Peter Folding during the inquest. I remember making videos about the inquest. I don't remember even being that bothered about Peter Folding. And during the whole Nicola Bully thing, and this is not a Nicola Bully episode, is it? But it's a, you know, a Nutterwatch, and we talk about Luke over here. Is during the Nicola Bully thing, Peter Folding wasn't really on my radar, on my sonar, so to speak, was he? I didn't react body language wise to his stuff. I just treated his searches as, okay, if he says she's not in there, she's not in there. You know, that's strange. Let's use that as evidence to go on and try and find out what's happened to her. So like everyone else did, I think. So like, he didn't even come onto our radar really until he went onto Luke's channel to try and clear his name by doing a bit of a mad interview where he declared that he'd found Nicola Bully after all. And then he got on the Q&A for Cash, not for Cash, just Q&A, and answered all those questions and went a bit weird towards the end, all of which we reacted to. You know, that all happened, but it seems like Luke was well in early with the idea that Peter Folding was being made a scapegoat. So I'd find that to be a bit fishy.
I thought he's been made a scapegoat. Like, should have been invited. So I made this video.
Should have been invited is different from being made a scapegoat, isn't it? I thought maybe he should have been invited to the inquest. Agreed. But being made a scapegoat, and his evidence might have been presented to the inquest during, like, the inquest might have looked at his evidence, but whether he had to attend in order to, you know, say, I didn't find her in the river. Like, thanks very much then, Peter. Glad you had to come all the way here to say that. We looked at the pieces of paper that said it. We had the police divers saying it. We had other people's reports that you couldn't find her in the river, but we needed you personally to say you couldn't find her in the river. Glad we had that. Like, you know, I don't know if it was that necessary. It never stood out to me at the time that Peter Folding was any big player at the inquest, or should have been.
Only like 4 minutes long. I didn't like portrait mode. It was just like a nothingness video. And it was a message to Peter Folding. That was
a message to you, Peter.
And like a coffee or a hot chocolate or something. And I was like, this is a message for Peter Folding. I feel like you've been made a scapegoat. I don't think you're a scapegoat. I think you come across like a good geezer.
Yeah, you're a good judge of character.
If you ever see this, like, you know, respect, all this kind of stuff. Give the video a like if you think Peter Folding was made the scapegoat unfairly. And got loads of likes. And then I was thinking, I wouldn't mind interviewing him. I wouldn't mind like doing like a link up, like a YouTube link up and doing an interview with him. Now I then did a live video.
A link up.
Of me talking to you guys.
Me?
Some of you will remember it. Some of you might have been in that chat.
Some of them were women, and they were not all guys.
And it was a video of me saying, can we get Peter Folding on the channel? And if we can, what would you ask him? This is not that Q&A, right? This was before I ever knew him. And I was like, what would you ask him?
What would you ask him?
there in this live.
I'll tell you what I'd ask him. I'll tell you what I would ask him, although I never got round to managing to tell Luke to ask him these things because he blocked me. But what I would ask him is about his history of protester removal through the late 90s, ongoing, how he was instrumental in criminalising protesters from, like, because they changed the laws. Like, was he instrumental in any of the criminalisation of the protesters, the animal rights protesters who he came up with, you know, up and against and what was going on there, the defending of Huntington Life Sciences. This is a bit dark for Nutterwatch, to be honest, but Huntington Life Sciences, the Camp Beagle, you know, all these places that try and stop cats and dogs being used in animal experiments. Like, Peter Folding was, I suppose, removing the protesters physically from those places because he advertised it on his website. So that was an ongoing big project. That was a big project that only changed with law changes. I'd have asked him stuff about that.
But I'm writing a few things down and all this. Peter Folding comes in to the live chat. I missed this. And someone said to me, Peter Folding's in the chat. And I was
Great.
like,
Brilliant. I would have also asked him if he thinks it's appropriate for a private company to be tasked with retrieval of bodies, because if a private company is tasked with retrieval of bodies, then you're paying someone money to retrieve bodies, yeah? So you're paying a company to retrieve bodies, and then, like, obviously that's okay if it's like, you know, if it's the government doing it with our tax money, and it's like the police do it or the other services, like if it's an emergency service, so to speak, then it's okay because no one gets paid a bonus by the amount of bodies they fish out, do they? Like, there's no incentive to be fishing out bodies. They're just providing a service. We pay them a reasonable wage. You know, they do the service. If it's like a private company, then it becomes an economic competition. The ones who fish the bodies out the best, the ones who fish the most bodies out, the ones with the 100% record. Although Peter Folding does not have a 100% record now, does he? Because despite his protestations about actually finding Nicola Bulley, he hasn't actually found that sad, tragic little boy yet. Yeah, so this idea of a 100% record or a great track record or being able to find them quick, it might be that you're incentivized to pull out bodies from the river in a timely fashion. And if you're incentivized by money to pull bodies out of the river, it's only a matter of time before someone has the clever idea of putting a body in a river so that they can find them easily and then pull them out. And then you're incentivizing people to put, and you've got a really big problem. So this is why we don't have certain private companies do public services, because it creates an incentive issue that we find difficult to remedy in our society. So I would ask him about that, but then that wasn't on your list either, was it?
Go up, and it said, "Thanks, Luke. And everyone in the chat, thanks for your support. I do not wish to discuss the Nicola Bulley case."
No.
So at the time I was like, oh, that's a little bit...
Yeah.
It's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Because, well, what we're going to speak about, that's what people want to talk to you about.
What else has Peter Folding ever done in his life that's of any note that anyone gives a shit about?
Anyway, so I kind of like nipped that one in the bud at the time on this
Nipped it in the
video,
bud.
and I was like,
Screw your book, screw your history with potholing, screw all that, nipped it in the bud. It's funny the way he's talking about this and actually revealing certain aspects of how he feels about certain things.
I wasn't even sure, actually, 100% if it was even him. Some people were saying...
Yeah, of course you wouldn't be, because it's just a name in your chat and you would be naive to just assume it was.
Troll, but I was like, if it was a troll... They're not going to say, "Thanks for your support, I don't wish to discuss the case." They're going to say more controversial things than that. So I didn't believe it to be a troll. Someone then messaged me saying that Peter Folding trying to get in touch with you.
So he's talked about Peter Folding on the internet. Peter Folding has now attempted to contact him.
So,
first of all, by being in his chat. Second of all, by directly attempting to contact him.
I went onto my Facebook Messenger.
Through messages, through people else. Where in his chat was this through somebody else? So someone contacted him and said Peter Folding is trying to contact you. So what are you saying? At the time you had your mods, or your, was it Rustic Rach? Who was it? Someone's contacted you, or is it like someone called your house and like one of your people at your house took a message and contacted you by giving you the message? It's a bit weird, isn't it? Who's this intermediary?
Find anything? No message requests. So I rang SGI. The number's out there. I rang SGI.
Yep.
Some lady answered, and
some lady.
I was like, "Hi, I have made a video.
I have
recently in support of Peter Folding," and she went, "Are you Luke?" And I was
Are you Luke?
Yeah.
Yeah. God, that's strange that she might know who I am from me describing exactly who I am.
You know that? I'm a bit freaked out. And she said...
And Peter Folding already being trying to get in contact with you and having left a message that if Luke calls, please give him my number at reception. Like, how would she...
Yeah, he's been trying to get in touch with you. So I was like, all right, okay. So she gave me his mobile number. I rang him. I remember his first words when I rang him. I said, "Mr. Folding." And
Mr. Folding! Is that how you paint all your ladies?
"Who's that?" I know it's Luke from Break the Ice channel. And he went, "Have you got my number?"
Have you got my number?
I was like, "Well, you've left it."
You've give it me, you fucking weirdo. This is already off to a weird start.
Left it for me at your reception. Started having a little bit of banter and stuff like that.
Started having a little bit of banter.
And he thanked me for my support about me saying, "Why has he not been invited to the inquest?" when he should have done. Obviously, like a lot of people believe he should have been there. So he's thanking me and thanking like the people who had he'd seen that video of me saying like, "You're not the scapegoat. You're."
Was it about scapegoating? We could go back and watch it, I suppose.
You're a top guy and all this kind of stuff, and all the people that liked it. So he was like thanking me for that. And
but even then,
I said to him about like,
I mean, I'm repeating myself, but who even thought Peter Folding was going to be scapegoated at the inquest, or it felt like he was being scapegoated? He went in, he searched for her, he said he couldn't find her at all, and he said that, like, you know, he repeatedly stood on the riverbank and said that, and then later on they'd fished her out the river, hadn't they? So, like, actually my chat's on top, not live chat. Actually, thank you, live chat. At the time, I don't remember there being like a strong feeling that Peter Folding was being scapegoated. We felt like, well, if she's in the river the whole time, how come Peter Folding didn't find her? How come no one else found her? Like, we had that question, but scapegoating, nah. Big ups Bizzle, we are actually live, yeah? Big ups Bizzle. It's not a premiere, I am actually here. And at any time, I just practicing for TikTok. So. Oosh, just practicing for TikTok. You won't get me on that TikTok.
Someone sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I should do the dance every time I get tippies. Or did I get the tippies because I did the dance?
Lega and fearless, we came to take one.
Who one knows? Who one knows? Who one knows? She doesn't. You could blow right through her ears, look. It's just a good screenshot I got of her. Just a good pause moment. Sorry, I spat a bit. It came out the other side. It doesn't matter. You get in the bath, love. I'll come and join you later. Later on the show, we're going to watch a bit of Angry Alan being super angry, a bit of Angry Alan reflecting on getting kicked off of YouTube in a lovely little double header sandwich, and then we're going to finish off with a lady nearly drowning in the bath and Alan's wonderful life song with a little bit of Sweetie Pants here, Ella Ringrose, before we sign out. So I better get on with what Luke's saying, because this is the serious bit at the start.
I live chat the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, it was." I was like, "All right, okay, no worries. Okay, so you don't want to speak about the case, that." And I said to him about like, "Was that you in my live chat the other day?" And he was like, "Yeah, it was." I was like, "All right, okay, no worries. Okay, so you don't want to speak about the case, fine." I was like, "I would like to interview you though about other things. Do you know what I mean? Like other cases and about SGI and stuff like that." And he was like, "I will do an interview." And he goes, "But I don't want to do." We live a long way from each other. He lives in Sussex. I live in Manchester. That is a long way. Yeah, that is a mooch. So he was like, "And I don't want to do like a Zoom or anything." I was like, "Right, okay." So which is
weird because later they totally did that.
I meet like halfway or what? And he's like, "Well, you and your family can come down to my house if you want."
You and your family? Now, I find that really weird straight off. So what do you mean my family? Like, I don't have kids like Luke. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even going to. I don't want to go personal life with people. Like, I don't know if. What does he mean by his family? Big ups, Louise.
Owes 3 hugs.
Follow ladies, I want ladies, super ladies, nurture set. Lega and fearless, we came to take one.
I don't really think I would be taking my. If I had a young daughter or a young son, or I don't know, like even a girlfriend or a wife, I don't think I'd be taking them to meet Peter Folding at his house before we did an interview. I'd say, "Yeah, nice, thank you very much for the offer. My family are busy, but I can come." I wouldn't even like set it, you know, as like a conflict issue. I'd just say, "They are not coming. They are busy. I'm going to come." But I wouldn't take them. I'd probably take somebody else to help the film, and they did have a camera person to help them film, didn't they? Maybe Peter provided them, I don't know, but I would talk about that, and I would say, if it was pushed, you know, "No, bring your family, I'd say, all right, like maybe in the future, you know, as we establish a relationship, we might get to that, but initially I think we're coming on a more professional level to do, you know, a bit of filming and this and that, so I'll just have to graciously, you know, decline your offer. Maybe, I mean, it's a bit weird. What if the Sultan of Brunei said, "Bring your family and come over and do some filming"? I'd be like, "Oh, thank you, you generous Sultan of Brunei," or whatever. It feels a bit like that though, isn't it? Feels a bit like Peter's sort of like, you know, "Come and use the pool, use the facilities, bring your family." But I don't know if I'd be comfortable taking my child to go and meet someone who I'd never met before at their house to stay over. Like, I think it'd just be a bit strange. And it's a bit, in my opinion, a bit forward of Peter Folding, having watched Luke on his YouTube, to suggest, bring your family to my house.
Well, you and your family can come down to my house if you want. And I was like, okay. He's like, you know, I've got a big house, I've got the room. Come down and we can talk about other cases I've been involved in. I don't wish to discuss Nicola Bully.
Is that what he said though, Luke? Did he say, I've got a big house and I've got the room? Or did he list lots of other things that would impress you, that got you to decide to come down? Maybe entertainment for your child. Did he list some entertainment for your child? Your child would like to see the llamas. Your child would like the swimming pool. Why don't you leave the child here for a minute while we just go over here and talk? The child will be fine. Like, did he do that?
I wanted to, obviously. Do you know what I mean? But obviously, we touched on it. We touched on the fact that we're not going to be speaking about it. So that's in that documentary, Peter Folding at Home.
Sorry, I missed that. Bad Gambler, you did at me there, so we'll pick that out. Have you seen how much Thai gear comes here now since they legalised it? At the moment, I've got something called Gushers, which is an Americanism for like orangey, what I would have called back in the day, sort of a California orange sort of feel to it. I'm quite enjoying it, but I, just get what I get, really.
So I went down to his house with my family, and our daughters played together, and
there you go.
My daughter's mother.
The daughters played together, so that's good.
And
your daughter's mother went there as well, so it's like a full family play date now at Peter Folding's house, which is totally normal if you're about to be doing a sort of YouTube collaboration video piece, documentary style, about his work in search and rescue.
Pete's wife, they were having a chinwag and stuff, and me and Peter chatting, and we made
blank faces. I knew a girl called Gusher.
This like
I should think she was popular.
3-day documentary at his house, like talking about his equipment.
Talking at a 3-day documentary at his house, talking about his equipment. So for 3 days, your mother of your, not your wife, as you say, your mother of your child and your child were hanging out at Peter Folding's ranch, while you and Peter presumably were quite busy making a film. Fair enough.
And Peter chatting, and we made this like 3-day documentary at his house, like talking about his equipment. We went to SGI and looked at all the sonar equipment, the same sonar that searched for Nicola Bully.
The same sonar. Apparently, I heard through the grapevine, there's even better sonar available these days, and some of our police force have got hold of it.
We talked about the Peter Tobin case, his search for April Jones. We looked at his underwater metal detectors, drones, ground penetrating radar. We
love a bit of ground penetration.
That kind of stuff. We went in his helicopter.
Went in the helicopter.
Well, looked at all his animals.
The animals, the llamas, probably buried one of them in the back garden. Did he show you where they were decomposing?
Just a few days kind of in his life. Went down to SGI, met all the team, same team that searched for Nicola Bully.
Seemed like then he went and he missed out a bit. Like there's like a self-edit. Like I wonder what was going on when it was, because that's all the stuff we saw on the film. Yeah. Oh, you must have been busy. But what about the evenings? And like, did you? Like, I just.
And when the camera was off,
yeah,
obviously, I'm then going like, we're having a walk around like his grounds and that. We're walking around, no camera, just me and him. Having a little chat. I might have probably had a couple of dogs with us because he's got 3 dogs.
Probably had dogs with you. I mean, you probably would remember.
Obviously, I'm going like, right, this case, this Nicola Bully case, right, like, there's no cameras here. I was like, how was she missed for all this time by the search teams, and then you came along with SGI, and like,
it's so convenient for Peter that Luke was there to press him on this issue, isn't it? And it's so like interesting to me that Luke, as a journalist, might wait until the cameras were all off to take a cheeky moment. Like, he's very shrewd, isn't he, Luke? He's very sharp. Much. I'm saying this ironically, obviously, sarcastically. I don't think he's that sharp. Maybe he's just that blunt that he would just say, okay, So anyway, I'm thinking about Nicola Bulley again. Like, it feels like he picked an opportune moment, though, didn't he? After Peter had a few whiskies.
How did you miss? Right, no disrespect.
Sounds like he was being love bombed by Peter Falding. Yeah, was it him who was being love bombed though? Because he also took not his wife, but the mother of his child and his child.
How did you miss? And then she floats up on the 19th of February. I was like, I don't get how you could all miss her. And I could see he was kind of thinking, should I or shouldn't I? But I think he'd learned at this point that he could trust me. And he said, we did find her.
He just blurted it out.
My jaw hit the floor. I was like, what? What do you mean? He said, we did. Passed the information over, and we were told that what we'd found was nothing.
Imagine that.
I was speechless as someone that had covered the case.
Like, you'd be out on the veranda. It wasn't out on the veranda, taking a walk with the dogs. At this point as well, I'd be absolutely feared for my life. I'm out in the grounds walking with the dogs, and Peter Falding turns to me and says, "No, I did find her." And you're like, "You did?" Well, this documentary making that we're doing is taking a weird turn. I wish I had the camera on for this bit. Like, what's going on? You did find her. How are we saying that now? Fucking hell. Also, can we go back to the house where everyone else is? Can we not be out in the woods alone now? Please don't come near me. I did find her, and I found you too, and you're the last one that's gonna know. What? Wait, I think the dog's found the Borley. Do you need a whiskey? Can I just go back to the house now? Have a look over there, where the llamas sleep. Wait, I'm not even doing a good Peter Falding voice. Peter Falding. What does he have talk like? Essex, innit? Peter Falding. The book what I wrote, the boat what I did, the boat what I... Anyway, look.
I was absolutely speechless, as you can imagine.
Speechless.
So, I'm then chewing his ear off, asking all these questions.
Chewing his ear off? I thought you were speechless. But now you're chewing his ear off.
Blah, blah, blah.
Did you kiss him?
He doesn't really go much more into it. He just goes, I'm going to be doing something about it at some point. And that was kind of that. I asked my questions. Don't remember the exact questions, but I was like, why is this not come out? Why would you have said this at the inquest and all this kind of stuff? Blah, blah. Then I was thinking, is that why he wasn't invited to the inquest? All these things are going around my head. But he's like, something's going to be done about it. I didn't know that was going to be an interview on my channel at this point.
You didn't know it, but Peter might.
So that was like July.
No, because at that point Peter didn't. Peter thought he was going to go somewhere with it. He hadn't been shut down and poo-pooed. But this proves now, Luke is proving to the world, yeah, that even though... This is fucking weird, this is, right? I'm glad we're doing it like this. Maybe this is more important than just a Nutterwatch. But even though he found out about this in August, Luke kept... Stum. Didn't bleed a word of it to anybody, right? And this proves that Peter Falding didn't just make it up after the inquest, after the COP report, when he needed to. This proves Peter Falding knew about it way back in August. Yeah? Proves it. This is one for blank faces in chat. This proves that Peter Falding knew about it in August. I'm not good with timelines, but didn't Peter Falding say that the reason he found out that Nicola Bulley was actually there on his sonar was because after the inquest and after the COP report, when they said that he didn't find her, he had to go through and look at his stuff even more closely because he was poring over it for preparation for the inquest or for the COP report. Is there a way that the timelines don't fit? I don't know. But it seems a bit convenient that Peter Falding knew about this now in August. I mean, it must have been before, because he didn't just find out about it that weekend that Luke turned up. He spent the weekend messing about with Luke. So he obviously knew about it before then as well. Like, we're talking about a particular time, and it's got to be before August. And like, then Peter Falding later on goes out and says that he poured through his own stuff. And shock, while I was studying it even deeper, I found this image. Like, at what point did that happen? And then Luke, obviously, privileged information, just sat on it the whole time. just kept his mouth shut.
I was blown away, and I work on trust.
He works on trust, although he wasn't very trustworthy when it came to atting people on YouTube and saying stuff about them behind their back and to their face, I guess, with an at, although I don't have my notifications for ats turned on. But yeah, saying stuff about people and then deleting the videos, was he? Wasn't very trustworthy when he did that. What about cash for questions?
That's how I...
What about promising all people loads of stuff for memberships and then just not following through?
Go about my life and my business, is it's all trust. Base trust is number one. I'm just looking at the cat under the table, just like...
Also, that's like saying we didn't have a contract, there's no NDAs. Peter Folding told me loads of private information, let me film 3 days worth of videos, and we didn't have any sort of contract, no non-disclosure arrangements.
Around because he's 80% blind, doesn't really know what he's
All
doing.
right, the cat, okay.
In his words. So I found out about, like, he found Nicola, in his words, in July, August time, and didn't say a word, clearly, because it would have been out there, wouldn't it? Probably could have done, if I was a lesser person.
It made me wonder, did Peter tell him this so that he could leak it? And then Peter could say, oh, well, I always, you know, I don't want to answer questions, but, you know, there's then like this like murmur, this rumour that goes out, and Peter doesn't have to directly say it himself. But obviously Luke knew and didn't leak it, apparently.
Wired up and all that.
He could have been wired up, which is not something documentarians do. We don't refer to miking up as wiring up. You'd refer to that if you're in the police, but Luke's neither, I don't think. Like, he's been working in catering, so I think he's just using the wrong terminology here.
You know, got that on record. Jesus Christ, imagine.
If you were worried about getting that on record wired up and you didn't have the wires on you, what you could have done is just got your phone out and pressed record and just put it back in your pocket and it might have caught it, but...
To the sun with that. But...
Imagine going to the sun with that.
Record. Jesus Christ, imagine I went to the sun with that.
Imagine you went to the sun with that. Well, didn't Peter Folding try to do just that? Didn't he try to go to the mainstream media and sort of whistleblow that he'd seen Nicola Bully and he's got the sonar, but he can't show anyone the pictures? So he would have just done what he did.
But that is not the way I roll.
It's raining again.
So
Louise Brown sent
get up to myself.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Lega and fearless, we came to take well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tippies. I really like this one.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say ain't Gabbana, that's on my tippies. Cop.
That's my favourite one. Thank you very much for the tippies.
If
it hasn't got a message with it, it might be because the message is getting held back if people say bad things or some rude things, but I don't think so. I think it's just legit. I think it's just legit tippies. Yeah, they're just legit tippies. Look, the ones with the messages are coming through. Big love, Joanne, get some sleep. Scott, could you post me some weed, please? I don't think that one got through. I can't post anyone any weed. I don't sell it. I just smoke it. Joanne, get some fucking sleep. That one didn't get through. All right, Alan, we'll get to you in a minute. And her.
On his request, and it's not for me to come. It's not for me to expose that.
Expose.
A couple of months went by, and he realised that it was proven that okay, this guy's trustworthy.
So a couple of months went by, and you didn't blab. So now you're trustworthy. You dropped the documentary. You're proven.
To me,
but you've missed out the bit where he came on and did more live streams with you and more chats, haven't you?
He said he's doing X, Y, Z.
And about how you were talking to him behind the scenes to line those up.
Okay, this guy's trustworthy. He speaks to me. He said he's doing X, Y, Z. Regards to his images, his sonar, and the story that he has to tell.
The story.
And he said, I'm going to do an interview and I'm going to let the public know that I found Nicola Bully. So I was like, okay, that is going to be quite a big thing for a lot of people because obviously I've covered this case. And he goes, I want to do it on your channel. So I'm like, whoa. Whoa.
Don't I get a say in this? No, he's going to do it on your channel. And that's because all the mainstream media had previously been briefed that he's not trustworthy if he comes forward with these pictures, because they've had them verified by an independent expert, and they considered putting it as part of the CIP report. Because it came in very late, they didn't, but it only came in after Peter had caught wind that they were going to effectively throw him under the bus for his behaviour. Big up Scouse Mouse for the 333.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say ain't Gabbana, that's on my two-piece. Cop.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I like the way you do the numbers like that. Jesus.
Right, cool. He knew he could trust me. I wasn't going to manipulate the edit and make him look like something that he's not.
But he also knew that he could manipulate you and make himself look like something he's not.
And I never do that with anybody. Because a lot of media, and I'm not media, I've got a YouTube channel.
So you are media?
A lot of media and journalists.
You mean mainstream or big or corporate?
Will take a narrative, film an hour, and then they'll take 2 minutes out of context.
Right, but you obviously clipped a lot of what you did in that interview out and just presented certain bits as well, didn't you? You didn't just present the entire hour unedited. So it's not about out of context. Sometimes it's about presenting. Obviously, sometimes people do that, and that's bad quality. Like a certain someone did it to me recently, didn't they? A certain vinyl schmo did it to me. But we're not having the mainstream media in general would have filmed an interview with Peter and then just done him out of context. What they would have done is taken him seriously and edited it to the main point so that it was easier to just digest and put out in bullet point fashion, so to speak. But they didn't want to talk to him at all. So he's on your show. He's going to use you. Got it.
He knew that the documentary I made was good.
Yeah.
Didn't paint him out in any way. So he knew.
Well, it painted him out to be a bit good, actually, didn't it? Bit good.
He could trust me, and I wasn't going to
What he knew is that you wouldn't dig, you wouldn't look for anything else, you wouldn't use your brain, think. You just get what you're given on the presented.
Can I have the bill button? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Buttons to order now. Yes, you can, because I remember where they are. Thank you very much for the tippies. I'm actually in the flow now a bit.
So he knew he could trust me.
He knew he could trust me.
Try and trick.
You weren't going to try and find out anything that wasn't presented to you at surface level. So, it might be a tacit thing between the documentary producer and the person doing the documentary. If you don't say it on camera, I don't film it for a start. So say what you want to be presented and I film it, and that's how you're going to come across, yeah? If you don't want to come across like a dick, don't act like a dick, basically, and I'll film you and you behave. But with someone like Louis Theroux or whatever, you might think, oh, they're showing it, but they're also showing it in a slightly cheeky way. It's the truth, but just slightly. It's not twisted or anything, but you might think, oh, it's a different perspective maybe. But with Luke, what you're getting is the perspective of Peter Folding, the way Peter Folding wants to appear. He's going to show something to you, show and tell, and Luke's going to just put the camera on and do what he's told and video and show. And if anything, he's going to embellish and agree with and accept and sucker and polish and agree. So it's almost like Peter Folding could hire Luke as a sort of marketing advertising person and say, right, today I want to show you this, today I want to film this, let's show you these, let's do that. And Luke's just gone, yeah, should we do that? Yeah, oh, I'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, that looks good. Oh, you're good. Oh, that's great. What did you say, Peter? Oh, we'll put that on there then. So it makes you whatever you are. I can see why he chose that, I suppose. But is that what's happening? Because again, we're having to believe what Luke's telling us, aren't we? And it's all about being really trustworthy. He's come on here to tell us how trustworthy he is and how honest he is. He's told us before, he's removed it now, but he used to tell us he was an honest documentarian. Honest. I'm so trustworthy and I'm so honest. And honestly, I didn't know him and I didn't know him and honestly. And the first time was this date and it's true and it's honest. And I didn't record it because I'm such an honest guy. But if I'd have recorded it, it would be really good proof. But I didn't because I'm too honest. So yeah, good one.
rip him up, or manipulate his edit. So a lot of people have wondered, why is he gone to this YouTube channel? Well, that's why. Trust.
But also because he wasn't able to go on the mainstream media because they wouldn't have him.
Trust. Simple as that. Now, just on that, so yeah, obviously then down the line, near Halloween, a few weeks before the College of Policing report came out, we filmed the interview. And
convenient.
On that, there's, in hindsight, yeah, no one's perfect. I ain't perfect by a long stretch. There is questions, there's probably questions that I should have asked that I didn't, that I would have pressed him on more in hindsight.
Yeah, when other people have told you exactly which ones they were in things like comments after they got, before they got banned. Yeah, it's easy in hindsight, isn't it? But also, as such a thoughtful, smart person yourself, Luke, like, maybe you could have come up with those yourself, or you could have opened it up to the audience in some way, like as you did with the follow-up with the Q&A thing. It seems a bit weird that you just didn't do the work to do that. Instead, again, it was the Peter Folding Appreciation Society, the Peter Folding Advertising Society, like whatever Peter Folding wants us to do and however he wants us to present it, we'll just do that. It gets me loads of views on the channel, so I'm just going to do that.
It's all learning. I would have asked a few more questions about...
But then you're presenting yourself as being gullible, naive. Like, you see, I would agree in one aspect, and I'm sort of saying the same, like gullible, naive, but that's what we're being presented with here, isn't it? By an adult male, is to say to you, I'm just gullible and naive, and I'm just innocent and naive, and maybe it was me that got used after all, We don't know, do we? We don't, I'm less eager to sort of give people a pass simply because they're ignorant. I'm more worried that there might be something a bit darker. Louise sent tippies that didn't come up. Can you check? Yes, I absolutely can. They should be coming. They've all been coming up. Can I have the bill button? That did come up. I pressed the bill button. And you've been giving over the tippies. They've been coming up with no words. So I said thank you for those. Since I last looked at it, there they are. The bill button. We just done it. I did a dance. Louise. What? That says Louise. I'm getting confused now. I think we're okay. You've had the bill button twice now. You can have it again if you want. If you just wanted to sneak an extra bill button off me, you're fine. We'll get there. Why didn't you,
if you were so sure, just dive anyway. Even if the police go like, right, you've gone against us, well, you would have pulled Nicola Bully up. So it don't really matter what they say.
It's not necessarily that you would have pulled her up, Luke. It's not that. You see, he's stupid even now. Or is he being naive or just deliberately stupid? It's not that if he'd have dived, he would have pulled her up and then, oh no, you're tampering with evidence and you've pulled her out and we didn't want you to pull her out. We could have done that in a different way. No, he could have literally just used one of his many different devices that he's got. Underwater cameras, thermal cameras, using if you're in the river and you put goggles on and stick your head in and it's like 2 foot deep and like you can see a hand, like I know it's murky water but you can feel it in there, you know it's there, you know there's a dive site, you think it's a thing, get in there and just fucking put your head in and just confirm. You don't have to pull everything out and do a big thing, just confirm. The only confirmation he ever did was none, so now we don't know and it's just his word against whatever. So like this is the problem, isn't it? It's not that he should have necessarily but how can you be give it here again, the public demand it.
Because you'd be in jail.
If they go, naughty boy, you've gone against our wishes. But then again, on the flip side though, if he would have gone in, there she is. And then he comes out and goes, well, I know I've gone against you not wanting me to die, but I've physically seen her. She's there.
Exactly.
Could they have then said like, well, you might have now tampered the evidence, or
No, not if him and like he had two fellas on the boat. Not if they took photographic and like visual confirmation evidence and there was more than one of them. No, it's not tampering with evidence. No.
whatever.
But you do raise a really interesting point. Should a private company just coming in out of sideways, not the Lancashire Fire and Rescue, not the Lancashire Volunteer Search and Rescue, not the Lancashire Police, not the Lancashire, like, not that. Like, should a private company, just some fella with a boat, want to come and get involved and just get all over the river and start going up and down in their boat? Does that cause an issue with tampering of evidence if something were to be found in the river or not? Like, what if Peter Fording found something and removed it and didn't tell anyone? Well, he wouldn't do that, would he? Because he's a good guy and he's like, obviously, but he's not the police. There's no chain of command there. Like, what if he just found something and just thought, fuck it, I'll just take that, that's mine now. It's a gold ring. It could have been Nicky's, but it's gold. I'll keep it. I'm not saying he's a thief or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you know, there's all sorts of reasons why you would hope that the appropriate services were the people to be doing those jobs with all of their checks and balances in place, not just some fella with an expensive boat. So you do raise a good point.
They could have said anything, couldn't they? Do you know what I mean? So I get it, but there is questions that I probably, in hindsight, should have asked.
But then you did a follow-up show with him. And you asked him loads more questions, so don't worry about that.
Press him on a bit more and hold my hands up to that. But I ain't a journalist. I'm not a professional interviewer.
No. You're not, no.
And I don't protest to be an amazing one.
You don't protest to be an amazing one. No. Agree?
At all. I've just made this.
Well, I say agree.
This network.
Made this network.
At all. I've just made this network.
You made a network. That's an interesting word. That's word of the week. Look, you've won a prize.
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
We've won a prize because Super Chuffer, and I haven't watched this really to give a, you know, I haven't pre-planned this, just off the top of my head there. Super Chuffer, which is still a going concern, that channel. There are still things happening there. I'm working on a video that's going to come out next week if I can get my fucking finger out and get it done. There's and more live streams will happen. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. There's a video about John Wedgie on Nicola Bully, a review, I called it. And the actual thumbnail there, which you can't see because it's cut off by the frame. Come on, Scotty Hottie, with your internet show. Press a button while you're thinking.
Game over, man. It's game
That's
over.
a bad button. That's making it sound bad.
I can't take it anymore.
That's even worse. It says Foldings Network. Foldings Network. Because in that video, John Wedgie, our new favourite friend, encourages people to go swimming in their pants. John Wedgie, of all people, described Peter Folding as having created a network, and he talked about it a little bit. So we had a look at that. Big ups to Tetley. I think Peter Folding was told to put that story out that he saw something and was ignored because there was nothing in the water to see if he tried. He's part of it. Interesting idea. There's a number of different ways that it benefits him, isn't there? Like there's the obvious surface. I don't want to use things like surface and depth because obviously it's the boat and the sonar, but the surface. But then there is that sonar level of depth to it as well, isn't there? So yeah, Foldings Network, that's a word of the week, isn't it? Network. And we've just heard it now from Luke, and it's interesting that, like, in this video that seeks to maybe break down any I don't want to use the word rumour because I'm not trying to create a rumour or anything like that. He himself said that he doesn't know Peter Folding. He never knew Peter Folding. There's no network here. He's just created a little one. But John Wedgie was on his show, and John Wedgie was talking about Peter Folding and his network, wasn't he?
Of people at all. I've just made this network of people that I now know by being a decent, trustworthy, honest guy.
Lovely.
Simple as that.
Yeah. A network
so that
of people.
was the whole. That's how I got to.
A network of people who are decent, yeah, trustworthy. I tell you what, you definitely want to have trust. You definitely want to have trust in a network. Tell you what, if you've got a little network or online ring, you definitely want to have a trust. Definitely want to have trust. I would definitely want to trust someone if I'm taking my daughter to their house. Yeah, their big house in the country. I definitely want to trust them. Trust is an important part of a network, isn't it?
No, Peter Falding. So that was that's how I got to know Peter Falding. We maintain a friendship, and we speak from time to time. You know, I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester.
Did you?
Down to Leicester.
Down to Leicester.
For him. Spoke to him about that. Wished him luck.
For him? Did he go there?
And
that's a bit weird.
You know, I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester.
And when and for what reason did you go to Leicester? Why are you throwing this in?
To Leicester.
Down to Leicester. So do you know where you are, and do you know where Peter Falding is? Because Peter Falding's not relevant in the going to Leicester, but you don't seem to know where you are in the country. But you seem to know where Peter Falding is.
You know, I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester. Down to Leicester. Up for him. Spoke to him about that. Wished him luck. And
before he went up to Leicester, you mean? Not you?
We chat now and again. You know, we are friends. And there you go. And that's how I...
You didn't go to Leicester.
Got to meet Peter Falding.
Did
you? There's that one for you.
Which is a bit weird now. Out of all the things that I didn't expect to be hearing today, is Luke literally saying that he went to Leicester.
For him. I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester. Time to time. You know, I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester.
But you didn't go to Leicester. Peter Falding did, to try and find that poor boy who had fallen in the river. Don't start this weirdness now. Now people are going to say you went up to Leicester in advance of Peter Falding to try and do some stuff. Like, the only thing I could think is to...
From time to time. You know, I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester.
Maybe get the people in the area who are searching to try and call for Peter Falding to be part of the search. Maybe it was that. It's probably that.
Down.
I mean, you'd hope that you went there after the boy fell in, not before. But you didn't go there, did you, Luke? Or did you? Because now you're going to have to make another video to clarify what the fuck you're saying here.
We maintain a friendship, and we speak from time to time. You know, I spoke to him just before I went up to Leicester. Down to Leicester. Up for him. Spoke to him about that. Wished him luck, and we chat now and again. You know, we are friends. And there you go. And that's how I got to meet Peter Falding. So there's that one for you.
There's that. That was nicely done, Luke. Nicely cleared up. You'll have Chris's Substack wetting his knickers with conspiratorial nutcase ideas. Who knows what the hell you meant to do by that? But I think the whole purpose of this, How I Met My Guests, was really to try and nail those problem issues that had arisen from this. On the other hand, it seems to be putting out a fire with not gasoline, but a slow melting wax that might later on take on more ignition and cause more problems. I just what?
Who else have we got? Right, John Wedger.
John Wedger. Oh, that just popped up. Nothing to do with Peter Falding, though, obviously, you're about to explain. But Peter Falding, of course, whom John Wedger had discussed in a previous podcast as having a network and having not been big direct contact with him, but having tried to contact him in the past. John Wedger. Yeah, this John Wedger then, yeah, who's, I thought, being an ex-policeman, and since Peter Falding was an ex-policeman, who told you he had ex-policeman friends who he could put your way to jump on your podcast. I thought, because that's all absolutely fact, we heard that in the question and answer session. I thought that this means that John Wedgie was his, in his phone book. Here's John Wedgie, why don't you have him on? But apparently this is going to take a different turn now. I'm going to be proved wrong.
So that was just so simple, right? Now basically,
it's so
John
simple.
Wedger, he goes around loads of podcasts.
He does.
He's a former Scotland Yard detective, whistleblower, whatever you want to call him, and he goes around loads of podcasts. Now a subscriber,
people do want to call him all sorts of other things, I'll tell you that,
messaged me saying you should look at getting John Wedger on your channel. Like he's got loads of interesting things to say and stories, and he talks about this case and that case and the other.
Well, they would have told you that he talks about child essay and satanic abuse and rituals and the Masons and stuff, and like you would have looked into it and been able to see what he talks about, because he talks about it extensively on lots of podcasts. Sean Atwood, you know, years of this, so you would have known. And for you to just say it like that here is a bit weird, but yeah. But like jumping for joy, John Wedger, well, it's a great idea. He talks about all my favourite things. Let's get him on the podcast.
So I typed in John Wedger onto YouTube. And
you didn't ask Peter about John Wedger, because even though you were friends with Peter, and Peter's an ex-policeman who's got a network of ex-policemen and is someone that promised you he would get you guests for your podcast, you didn't run the idea by Peter at all, did you? No.
Saw him on like various podcasts. And then, but then what really interests me is that he's on a podcast and he's talking about Nicola Bully.
He's talking about Nicola Bully on a podcast. That interests you? Does it? Because it fucking interested me enough to dig it out 4 weeks ago. Back then, it wasn't a popular thing amongst the whole Nicola Bully circuit of people talking about it. It sort of went unnoticed to me, but Luke apparently watched that video back then. Right on this, you know, he's on it. John Wedgie happened to mention Nicola Bully during a bigger, like the reason we're looking into John Wedgie's back catalogue is because of some recent events regarding his videos that we were looking into. I'll shout out again Blank Faces UK, who does Wedgie Watch, so I'll shout them out. Although these days I'm very loath to shout out channels because people end up turning out to be nutters, remember, so please don't turn out to be a nutter, and let's just take it from me that if anyone, not them specific because I think they're nice, but if anyone does turn out to be a nutter, it's not my fault. But Wedgie Watch, Blank Faces UK. It turns out this little clip about talking about the Nicola Bully case was clipped by that podcast back then. It didn't get huge media traction, and John Wedger wasn't considered to be an authoritative voice on the Nicola Bully case. So later on in review, I've managed to find it and talk about it. And then 4 weeks ago, I presented it on Super Chuffer. Wait, that's my dance. We're not doing that now. And then 4 weeks ago, I presented it, and then a few weeks later, Luke's come out with this video just to tidy up a few loose ends, just to clear up a few things that doesn't directly take on the topics that are taken on in that video, but references that same video. Weird, huh? I mean, he's not watching Super Chuffer and then reacting to that. He's just talking, it just happens to be that he's talking about the same video that Super Chuffer covered 4 weeks ago, that he just happened to watch a lot longer before that, and he just happens to be referencing it. Yeah, these coincidences just keep piling on. They're wonderful, aren't they?
Ghost girl. I'm absolutely electrified right now.
I hear you're a racist now, father. Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
And I was like, okay. And then he mentions Peter Falding. And
Happy birthday, Marv. Oh, look, in chat, Marv, it's happy birthday, Marv. Have I got a song on the buttons? There you go. That's the best I can do. Happy birthday. Non-copyright birthday song. Non-copyright birthday. Have a non-copyright birthday. Happy birthday.
Peter Falding being this diver that searched through and all this kind of stuff. So I found it quite interesting that this guy goes around podcasts and he's spoken about Nicola Bully.
So why didn't you ask him about Nicola Bully when he came on your podcast? If you found it so interesting that this guy does all this, did you ask him about it when he came on your podcast? Am I tripping here? Because I don't remember him talking about it. Because we did obviously cover like what you did with John Wedgie. We looked into it, didn't we? Your John Wedgie interview. Where's your John Wedgie interview? It's an hour long. Does he mention Nicola Bully? Does he mention Nicola Bullis? Control and find. Someone in chat does. John Wedgie should be investigating the Nicola Bully case. Cover up, please pass it on to him. It's not mentioned in your video, though, it seems. I'm not going to find it in your video. There you go, no findy. So, unless I can be proved wrong, I might be wrong. This is just top of my head stuff, you know, I'm just watching and reacting. But it feels like you're telling me that you booked John Wedger because you thought he had something interesting to say about the Nicola Bulley case, as well as his usual spiel, but you didn't ask him about it during the interview, which is strange because I brought it up on my channel 4 weeks ago that he made that video that you knew about before you booked him.
Kind of true crime and stuff like that. And I was like, it could be interesting to get on. He advocates for the protection of victims of child abuse. So we made the video.
Well, he doesn't call them that, does he? He doesn't call them that.
Video about child abuse and the effects of it. And
you sort of did that. What you did is you had him on a Zoom call and he told you all his spiel.
His work in that field. So anyway, yeah, how did I get to meet John Wedger?
In my opinion, John Wedger seems to be trying to grift people who have been very vulnerable and are now survivors of a certain thing that maybe have issues centered around, I mean, it's centered around religion, connection to religion. Some of them have a connection to religion now, and past abuse. So he seems to be attempting to grift them for money for a documentary. That seems to be my take on that. But you think something different?
It is so much simpler than many people think with all of these people.
Big ups, Love Wins. You're a grey in chat and I can't give you a gifted membership. They've been gifted out now by me earlier. I can't gift anymore. Can I gift anymore? I can't gift. I've gifted all 10 free of charge memberships this month. But next month you might get one when I'm feeling... Next time I see you, I'm going to wait for you to come in chat again before I do any more gifting, because Scott looks 25 shaven is a good comment. That wins comments. That's a good one, look.
I dream about food every night.
You know, that's a good one.
Mukbang.
But first, let's take time for ourselves. Let's pause and focus and relax our mind with a minute of mindfulness. And this morning, it's a bird in the garden.
Quite loud. It's quite an annoying bird, actually. Is that a lorry going past? Look, the lovely comment. Thank you, Scott. Looks 25 shaven. Eddie can eat that, can't he? Because he says about how bad I look. Well, I've shaved my face. And it completely changes the whole game. Big ups, Jess. Thank you very much for the gifted membership. Thank you very much for that. Karen got the gifted membership. Karen, you should say thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want a button? Do you want a nice button? I'll give you a nice button. I've got a couple of nice buttons. These are my nice buttons.
Lega and fearless, we came to take well. Follow ladies. I want ladies. Super ladies. Nurture.
Will I be covering any more of Angry Eddie, says Candice. He's not doing anything to talk about. However, I've got a little cheeky video coming out on the actual main channel, Super Chuffer. And once it's come out, then I will have a couple of interesting things to say, maybe, that might just be cheeky and funny. And then we'll have said them. But yeah, a little bit more. A little bit. But I've got to work on my chuffing main channel videos first. It's like homework. It's like serious research sometimes. I've got to try and snazz it up in the video, otherwise you won't watch it because it's boring talking. You like this better. How did you meet John Wedger, and how did you come to the idea that John Wedger was a great guy?
Like, it's just easy. Try it yourself sometime. If you want to get someone on your channel, just send an email or a message or something like that.
Yeah.
So I saw
You won't believe the amount of messages I sent Kylie over the years. Not bad ones, with pictures of my... you won't believe... She never come on any of my... She didn't come to my birthday party. She wouldn't come. Didn't even get the amount of messages I sent Kylie. Kylie Minogue I'm talking about, not Kylie Jenner, for all you young people that don't know who the proper Kylie is. You know, Kylie Minogue lost a trademark battle over her name because Kylie Jenner wanted to do makeup. Can you believe that? Like, who even is Kylie Jenner? Kylie Minogue lost a trademark battle. I think she lost it. I don't know. There was a trademark battle. Let's just say that. Like, that's not right. It's her own name.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
And she had it first.
Interview. I saw his podcast when he's...
Who's saying Derish Jessup? Why are you saying that? Big up Stover and Donny's one. Why are you saying that? Oh, because of sending Kylie. No, Kylie's not a pornographer. She's a pop star. It's quite fine to have a crush on Kylie if you're my age. That's exactly what you should have been doing. Well, or if you had a crush on another pop star, it's absolutely acceptable as well, isn't it? Like, because, well, no, maybe you shouldn't be crushing on pop stars. You know what I mean, though? I'm saying, forget it. Like, if you like Jason, it's okay if you like Jason. I'm not bothered. Everyone's welcome here. But for me, it felt like quite natural. And then when she did that comeback with the do 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 do, I just can't get you out of my head. Kylie's good, obviously she's really good.
Nicola Bulley, and I was like, right, so he knows about the case.
He knows about Nicola Bulley, right?
On the case.
Right. So why didn't you ask him about Nicola Bulley at all when you got him on? How come you're referencing this video that I brought out into the open just recently? Where he mentioned that Peter Folding had a network, and you are now saying that you've just created a small network and Peter Folding wasn't in a network and you're not in a network and nor is John Wedger, but you created a small network between you, John Wedger, and I suppose in the past Peter Folding, but it's not a proper network that connects those two. There's no network.
Let's see if I can get him on. I found him on Facebook and I sent him a Facebook message.
But you didn't watch his video of him getting in the river in his pants and accusing and encouraging other people to go in the river in their pants. You didn't watch that, and if you did, you thought, well, this is good. Let's send him a message.
I've just done a documentary with Peter Folding. I've seen you on a podcast talking about Nicola Bulley. You mentioned Peter Folding's involvement. I said, I've just done a documentary with him.
So you wrote in that you mentioned Peter Folding's, you did him an email, and you said, Peter Folding, Nicola Bulley, Peter Folding, Nicola Bulley, yeah? So why didn't you talk about Peter Folding and Nicola Bulley in the episode? Am I tripping here? These have actually got chapters: intro, hierarchy in the police, national crime squad, satanic ritual, how do you know, motivation, types of abuse, protection of children, what about overeating, social media, MS murders, missing kids, children's homes, predator hunters, ground my gaze, training, Stinson Hunter, how this affected your life, and what do you think about the sentences? There's no mention of Nicola Bulley or Peter Folding in this. You look very, what's the word? You look very, I'm talking to Luke here really, but this is not intended to cause Luke alarm and distress, and Nutterwatch is not intended to cause alarm and distress for any of the people that are featured on Nutterwatch. In fact, they don't have to watch. It's just fair comment on YouTube for entertainment of the people that watch it.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
Did David Icke penetrate you with his penis?
It was like my in with him was to show him my documentary, see what he thought. And I said, would you like to come on my channel and just like do an interview sometime? And he just got back to me and said yeah, and sent me his number. And I rang him and we got on the phone.
I couldn't be happier.
Look at that.
Body Sculpture sent tippies. These pair. Frauding and the Lone Ranger are proper grifting his narrative to make out she was always in that river. He could have told Sky News that day he found her in 6 minutes. He could have played the hero. It was that deep he could have pulled her out with one hand. Bullshit. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Yeah. Do you think Peter Folding was so professional that he decided to lie to the public and to the world at large and say there was definitely nothing in the river, instead of moderating his language by saying things like he said, if she was in that river, I would have found her? Is that what his clever use of language was? Because he did find her, and she was. Or is it that he would have said, I have searched extensively, I have nothing further to say? You know, if he thought that she was and they were pulling a fast one or something, wouldn't he not want to do all those media interviews? And wouldn't he also just go in the media interview and say, well, although I can't say anything conclusively, the information I've passed on to the police today may be of interest. We hope they do an interesting dive and, please give them space while they dive. Or, wouldn't he have said anything like that? No, definitely not. Too professional, but not so professional that he didn't do press conferences on the banks dressed up as Peter Folding. And then he took all that drone photography and then went away to do that filming. He took all the filming he'd done and went away to do Channel 5 Vanish and just left the search. He's like, I've done a bit of searching now and I'm quite busy on the telly, so I'll be back later. And he went and did the telly programme for 3 days, and then he came back later and started digging holes. Yeah.
And we talked. And he saw the documentary I did with Peter Falding, and then later down the line, it didn't happen for a few months, but later down the line, I then did the interview about Peter.
So you got in touch with him pretty close to the Peter Falding interview then. It can't be too soon after, because there wasn't that long after between the Peter Falding interview and when the John Wedger interview came out. And you talked, he said, definitely I want to do this, I'm on board. Like, no money was discussed. Peter Falding was discussed. The Nicola Bulley case was discussed. And then later on, like a little bit later, he just sort of popped on to a Zoom call, did an interview with you in which you didn't discuss Peter Falding or the Nicola Bulley case, and it only lasted an hour, and he was come and gone, and he said all the stuff that he said everywhere else. And like, something just seems a bit weird about the way you're trying to explain it all to me. Wait, I'm going through my windows here. She's still not caught on. She's still not woke up. Something just seems a little bit fishy about the way you're explaining it to me. Sorry Claire, I'm causing you alarm and distress, sorry. I really don't intend to, so it's your own fault.
Falding, saying that you found Nicola in the river. And then me and...
I'm only joking, Colette, you're one of our favourites round here. Always remember that.
Let go and feel less, we came to take one.
John Wedger had our interview on the channel. Just sent the guy a Facebook message. And he got back to me. Simple. It's just simple as that.
Simple.
So, that's everyone. So, I'll reel them off dead quick from the beginning. Charlie Lawson, he acted in a pre-pilot for my drama comedy. Terry Kilbride, I sent him a message on Facebook. Nathan Aspinall, I went to school with him. I know him. Easy. The lad from the tsunami I went to school with.
Listen, no one cares. What you said wasn't simple and just easy, but you tried to make it sound like it was. So now it sounds fishy and weird. So thanks very much, Luke, for your recent upload of why things are weird over at Luke's channel, Break the Ice. Please choose yourself whether you should think to subscribe to a channel like that. But it's certainly one that I find interesting. I'll tell you that. 7,000 subscribers, and that got 260 views. So, things. I mean, I'm not laughing about, sneering about views, but you know, things went pretty astronomical at one point on that channel when one of the videos got over 150,000 views, and it seemed a little bit like he was getting view botted because he made a community post to state that a load of his views were coming from Indonesia or whatever, Malaysia, and they didn't count towards his AdSense, so he was getting maliciously attacked. And as soon as he realised that it wasn't a malicious attack, it was more likely someone like Peter Falding had paid for a load of views, because Peter Falding's in the video, so like he might have bumped it up to make it seem really important, so he could say to the social media people at Sky News, hey, have you seen this video? It's trending on social media, you know. 100,000 views, they can't be wrong, unless they're from Malaysia. Nothing wrong with Malaysia per se, but those people are probably not people, they're just like bots from a call centre. And so since they didn't click on any of the adverts or watch any of the video really, or leave a comment, it just seemed weird. Congratulations, Break the Ice. So I've promised you this woman falling asleep in the bath. That can be a short one towards the end. We've got Angry Alan 1 and 2. And I do want how to manifest my money easily as well. Got something in my chuffy mouth now. I cut my hair today, so there's little bits of hair everywhere. That's what I'm saying it is. Probably just swallow it. I used to be a hairdresser, it's fine. So what order do you want them? I bet you want a bit of Angry Alan now, don't you? But we're doing Classic Alan. We're doing Classic Alan because this week he hasn't even been present in his own content, basically. I mean, it's a move. Listen, it is a move to not even be present in your own content. He said he felt too sad, didn't he? We covered it. There's a 20-minute video. He wasn't too sad. He went playing poker with his family. Like, Luke Vinicum got through to the... Well, I'm not picking on his son, but his son got through to the next round of one of the tournaments, and we had confirmation from the commentators that Alan was at the tournament and had spent over £1,000 entering a poker competition, but he walked away with nothing. So last week I'd have thought he had been on the channel more doing extra grifting, but what I think happened is that the ladies behind the scenes gave him extra money and he just didn't have to care, so he just took the time off. I think that's what happened for him last week, is that behind the scenes, one of them somehow gave him some extra monies. Big up Scouse Mouse. There's nothing wrong with the name Alan. It's this Alan that I don't like. So, a classic from the vault.
I am the armchair detective.
Do you remember this? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do. You said really why in chat, Beth. ADO's tax because he had a restaurant and he didn't report the books to the tax office. He just didn't report what they were taking it. So because they didn't do the books, he got struck off for running a business. And obviously there was some tax involved. Alan can't pay his rent, says Regardation Police, and probably not because although he has got a pension and he can probably fall back on the fact that as he's a pensioner, like kind of get his rent paid in some way by, I don't know the rules, but kind of get some sort of benefits, universal credit towards payment for rent. And it might be that rent goes to whoever owns the house, and it might be that he signed it over and now he's getting now he's getting the state to pay the mortgage for someone. I don't know. Hopefully that answered the questions anyway. Why has he been so bad this week as well? I told you I think he just had a bit of a break because he got some money and he went on a poker game. Bit of a what do you call it? Call it a bender, don't you? Bit of a bender. Had a bit of a drink, had a bit of a party. And you just don't feel like being on the streams. Because Bin Bin died, he used it and grifted it to try and pretend that he was so sad that he needed extra monies. So maybe they gave him extra monies to stop him being sad. But he didn't give a shit about that really. And he's just been off. And like the couple of stuff and bits and pieces he did, I think he thinks there's some sort of safe haven in not showing his personality in any of it so that we can't watch it and react to it. But actually, he's got much better chance if he wanted to do anything in the future. I've said this last time and I'll say it again, week 2 of reaching out to Alan to come on a stream and have some fun. We can't do it on YouTube, but if you're desperate for money, I can pay you and you can come on a stream and we can have fun for an hour and a bit like, a bit like these idiots talking to each other here. A bit like these two.
These paedophiles, when they meet the kid, they are actually, in their mind, their mens rea is not just to meet them for sex.
Okay, we could have you on one of the screens there and me on the other, and we could do some talking. And it doesn't have to get completely out of hand, does it, Alan? You don't have to be complete. We can have fun. So week 2 now of making an olive branch to offer Alan money for being on a stream and having fun. We could do it as movie night. We could review a movie. We could talk about some sport. We could do whatever. We could have some rules around it. I'd obviously make tippies. I'd do it on Twitch because Alan's banned from YouTube. But week 2 now of offering Alan monies. But week 1 of Alan not really being present on his stream to the point where we made a little video about what he did this week. But I think at the start of an episode, he should do 15-20 minutes of Alan's hour, even an hour of it. The true crime stuff is dry, it's boring, no one cares. He's not making a name for himself, he's not really a detective. He's not, it's so... And personality is what it counts on streams. Alan knows this more than anything. So by reducing the amount of his personality that he's giving when he's doing his stuff, by not even being able to talk at the start. He's put this awful introduction sequence now. It's like 6 minutes long of weird edit. By not just coming on and talking and being himself a bit and relaxing into it, he's really stuffing up. And I would enjoy it more, of course, Alan, because I'll watch what you say and have fun, because obviously we've got buttons, haven't we now? But Alan's scared. This is what it is. Right? Alan's too scared.
Torchy the battery boy.
Remember when he talked about Torchy?
Torchy. Torchy that. I remember Torchy when I was a little tiny boy. I used to love Torchy. Torchy the battery boy.
Remember, he's done that, right? He's too scared to do a video like that now. Too scared to show any personality because he thinks we'll be on it and we'll rip him. Too scared. And that's a sad way to live, isn't it? Too much of a coward to show any personality in his content so that he managed to avoid the watchful gaze of people like me who think he's an idiot, a laughing stock on YouTube. But instead, he's given up any chance to grow or like produce any content of any, like, by removing his personality in that way. Like, it's just really shit, dry, true crime, awful, like really dry and bad, isn't it? So, like, the problem Alan has there is like he thinks, oh, I'm defending myself from the trolls or just doing the true crime. But the sad thing is, it's the worst, like, driest, naffest. He watches the news a lot. I don't mind if someone wants to read the news and talk about it, or, you know, put the news on and do a 3-minute clip and then like pause it, start talking, you know, and all that. But he just puts it on and then he's there playing poker on his phone or whatever, isn't he? He's really checked out mentally from his streams recently, and that's a real shame. That's a real shame. If he's too much of a coward to be himself and to have some fun, then we're never going to get him on a stream, are we? So that's the first hurdle we've got to hurdle, is Alan needs to be able to be brave enough to have some fun on his own stream with his own audience. He's driven them down to the bare bones, but he can't even do a
Torture the battery boy
anymore because he's too scared.
Torture the battery boy, the blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one.
And now he knows.
I don't remember the names.
Now he knows that I've called him out on it, that if he doesn't, like, he thinks he can not do any talking at the start, just go straight into it. And Scott's getting eggy because he's not giving him anything to react to. We've got reactions today for all sorts of stuff, Alan. We can do other stuff. But if you want to be present on this stream as entertainment, Alan, no, if you want to, you know, engage with your own audience, you need to do this. And also, I've called you out on being a coward. I've called you out on hiding. I've called you out on not engaging with the audience on a personal level and having some fun at the start of your stream, especially while people roll in at the start where you're doing nothing. You put a 6-minute edit thing, like, instead of being yourself for a bit and having a chat, or even the occasional, I think, once a week, Angry Alan's Mad Hour. That's what I'd call it. But what you could call it, Alan, is up to you. But just an hour's stream where it's Alan having a chat and just being himself with his audience, like, that would go a million miles towards helping his content grow. And he's an idiot for not doing it. Plus, I would enjoy it. So now he knows that I've called him out on doing it. Like, he's not doing it because he's a coward. This is the nailed on point. If you're hearing this, Alan, you shouldn't be, because you don't have to watch it on YouTube, and it's, you know, disclaimer, it's not to cause you alarm and distress. But what you should be thinking is not, oh, I've got him here because I'm not saying anything, he can't talk about me. But actually, Super Chuffer is calling you out for being a coward on the internet. He's saying to you, if you don't do 15 minutes, 20 minutes of Alan's chit chat, then you're a coward. Yeah? So by not doing it, you're more of a coward every time. More of a coward every time. And I know you're a coward, but are you that much of a worm that you wouldn't talk for 15 minutes about something you enjoy? You're pathetic.
Torture the battery boy.
Pathetic.
Torture the battery boy.
This video, thank you for your support. This video came in the wake of Alan's of Nonskate. This came in the wake of Nonskate, and also it came in the wake of the Mimps putting together a video for Super Chuffer, which is up on Super Chuffer and Battery Exhausted channel, where I said thank you very much, and it made me emotional. Lots of people put together, they made an edit, thank you Slinky Socks, they made an edit of all the things the Mimps said about how they'd been through stuff in their lives and how we'd like come together and it'd help them, and like it made me really emotional. I watched it, I cried, I said thank you, I told a little story about, you know, my own feelings, so it was a really emotional video, and it was a real a loving, you know, a big hug. And I think Alan really felt aggrieved that people quite like, you know, that outpouring of emotion on our side of the fence, you know, in our streams, the success of the Super Chuffer channel in general. Alan felt really aggrieved by it, and on top of that, Nonskate. So he had to fight back.
Evening, everyone. I'm back home now.
Back home.
I had to leave for a few days. I don't know where to start with this. I don't want this to be a pity party. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I just want you to understand what's happening to this man, right? Who's in my 69th year, man. I'm not at college. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Vinicum. He's not in a playground.
Yeah, I'm not at college. I'm not at school. I'm not. A playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground.
Wait, you want a boo? You want booing? Right, hang on. They should have that as well, shouldn't they? They should have that. Crowd booing. A minute? No, that's silly. We don't want a minute. We want 10 hours or something, don't we? Angry crowd, 27 seconds. Like what? Booing sounds. An hour. There's the one.
I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground. I'm not at school. I'm not in a playground.
Alan would love this clapping sound. Alan would love this. Alan. Vinicum. Go on, Vinicum. He'd love this. Go on, you Vinicum. Go on, Scarlet. So Scarlet for the light. I set the light to voice command. Look, go off, Scarlet. See, it's just a red light. Go on, Scarlet. It's the red light. Go on. It's already on. Off, Scarlet. No, it's gone off. Go on, Scarlet. You get on, you. Go on, Scarlet, you. Oh. No, it's gone on again. That's all. So. Whoa. Yes. Get him. Here he comes, there's Alan. Alan turns to the crowd. They give him a rousing reception. Here he is, he's made the final table 6 times in a row. The most successful poker player in all of Christendom. Angry Alan Vinicum takes gold again. They can't stop him. He bluffs them, he double bluffs them. Angry Alan Vinicum with the pair of aces on the turn. Oh, Angry Alan Vinicum takes all. They love him round these parts. They love him round these parts. He can't move in the streets. People try and get autographs. They want him to kiss their babies. He gives the babies more than a kiss. He loves those babies. Gives them a big hug as well. Loves the babies. Big kiss. And the kids. It's all in, Vin. All in for the win. It's all in, Vin. All in for the win. Oh, he's not again. Oh! Will he come back out for the encore? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to the All-In Vinicum Band. We've got Nicole Kessinger on drums. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Kessinger on drums. On bass, Nicole Kessinger. And on backing vocals, the Kessingerettes. Keyboards, Kaka. We've got Kaka on keyboards. Receiving the Oscar on behalf of Alan Vinicum tonight is Alan Vinicum. What a guy. What a guy. Oh, they just love that action. He does 8-hour lives.
I'm a real old man with real grandchildren and real family. Real. Not this YouTube crap where you make up a name and become a pseudonym.
Like the Armchair Detective.
And pretend you're this and pretend you're that.
Like pretending you're a detective.
I love painting. I love singing in the bath.
You don't do any more painting. I wonder if you still sing in the bath, because as we saw from your chuffing smule, you take showers.
I love singing in the shower.
Oh, showers it is. Yeah, whenever you can grab one. I mean, talking about... what are we talking about now?
I love my family.
You do.
I love poker. I love football. I love cricket. I love my car. I love the sun. I'm just a normal human being, right? Nicola Bully's inquest I did Tuesday, Wednesday. I haven't slept more than an hour since then. If you don't believe me, you can ask my Spanish. But I'm up all night and so are they. You've trashed them. The Spanish are exhausted. I'm exhausted. I have to leave my own house because of some maniac that was fed crap by a bunch of truthers. And he ran with it. And he gave him tips, and he got excited, and he got more tips.
That's me now.
And he now thinks he's a famous person.
Me, again.
Well, suddenly the tips are dried up because the truthers...
That's you. The tip's drying up. That's you. Well, you've been very generous tonight.
In reverse. What have you done to that man?
What have you
done to it? What have you fed him on? AD's sexual deviant, AD's a con man, AD's a crook, AD owes tax, AD. What did you do to him?
Classics.
Torture the battery boy. Deviant, AD's a con man, AD's a crook, AD owes tax, AD. Where he does 8-hour lives. 8 hours trashing me. And you're in there laughing and giving him tips and saying, we love you. It's like the madness of King George. You pathetic cretins. The Madness of King George. Directed by the truthers. Sick. Oh, we love you, Scott. Fawn. Oh, Oh, Val, we love you, Scott. You're so clever. Truth Justice. Oh, you're brilliant, Scott.
Give me a kissy.
My dear, go on, Scott. Here's some more info. He sells children to America from pizza orders. Yeah, it's true, Scott. Yeah, Scott, I checked it all out. Yeah, it's all true. Grumpy Granny. Going on about Savile, left, right, and centre.
Grumpy Granny. Grumpy Granny. I'm disappointed with you, Grumpy Granny. Grumpy Grannis, I think it's pronounced, Alan.
Feed him some more crap and some more tippies. That's fine. But you have to understand the human side of what you're doing.
The human side.
You were invented.
You were invented 5 years ago.
Shut me down. By Martin and another friend.
Invented?
You wrote to Mr. R and said, we'll bring him down for you 5 years ago, guys. And you're still here daily, doing it. Daily, daily, daily. Night after night, day after day, hate after hate. 5 years.
For me, it's been just one, but... Oh, hasn't it been good? What we're going to start doing, I'll share this with you now, I'll tell you. I intend to do lots of things, but I intend to start watching my own streams. And I thought watching them in the daytime as reruns on Twitch, but then it's like, putting bland content reruns on Twitch, but they haven't appeared on Twitch before. And during it, I might have it on while I play a computer game, and then I might just clip it, or I might not do that on Twitch. I might do it just offline. But I will need to watch my own streams, and then when I get to a good bit, go, that was a good bit, and clip it. I need to start throwing up short videos about, like edits of the long streams, so that a year down the line, we can sort of relive some of the best bits, some of the best moments, some of the greatest hits. And as I just watch the old streams, I'll start, compiling a load of clips and then just throw it up on Battery Exhausted. It'll be fun, won't it? Look at his face. Big ups, Jess, for another gifted membership. Thank you very much for that.
AD. Harassment or unwanted behaviour that makes someone feel degraded, humiliated or offended. True threats of violence, serious expressions of intent to commit acts of unlawful violence. Misinformation, false and inaccurate information, false rumours, insults, pranks, deliberate. I know it's childish. You've reported me to the tax, you report me to the police, you've reported me to everybody, you report me to YouTube.
Tracy sent tippies. A tippy from a cretin.
You bad cretins.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
There is no child porn on the internet. I hate to warn you that. There is no child porn on the internet. I checked.
You should get a much better button than there is no child porn on the internet for that, because that was a nice tippy. Thank you. That was very generous of you. Thank you. I'll try and find a much nicer button than that button. I'm running out of nice buttons, really, aren't I? Where's my nice buttons? How come this is unlabeled as a nice button?
You stormed the Google offices? You've done it.
They literally did, though. Like, although I'd sort of laugh about it, I think it was a good job they did. Like, a bunch of them went to Google and said, there's a guy in your fucking YouTube and he's a bad chuffer, get rid of him. And while I think it's like a good move in terms of publicity in some ways, directly, I don't think, I know that if you went to Google offices and tried to demand something to happen on YouTube, they'd just be like, have you made an appointment? Can you leave? Yeah, thanks for your petition, get out. But if you tried sending us an email. But yeah, they did, though, they did.
Everything to report. I'm still here. Why do you think...
And he was still there. He's not now, though, is he?
I'm still here. Would you tiny brains understand? I have done nothing wrong.
Right. So if up until this point he had, in fact, done nothing wrong, which I don't think is the case. I think there were bad things he'd done that had got him in trouble before and he was on thin ice. But I love it that he got so eggy. Like, he got well eggy here and in other uploads. Like, there was a series of uploads around this time where he was particularly eggy. I mean, I don't know how eggy he normally was, but since I got on it, he's been really eggy. Yeah, so Angry Alan went really eggy and he said loads of bad things, and I think that got him in further trouble.
I have got no police record. I've never been arrested. I've never been to court. There's more can I say for you guys. Do you think I'll be here if any of this crap you're telling this chuffer guy was true?
Me?
He thinks he's got new information. You were reporting me to the police for this 4 years ago.
No, 4 years ago, no one reported you for the smule. We did get new information. Videos of you singing with kids on smule, you chuffer.
And they told you to get lost.
But
no.
What I found really fun, and I'm reflecting on it now, is I remember at the time thinking, well, you're supposed to be sort of denying Nonskate, the smule videos, but instead you're bringing up past indiscretions, like further compounding the issue. You were selling kids to pizza orders and that, like, which obviously it sounds a bit ludicrous to suggest that someone could make an order for a topping of a pizza and you might find a child of their choice and send it over the Atlantic. That seems a bit weird. But if someone were to give you a coded message about, I don't know, a file on a computer and you sent that over, that could work. So, you know, it could be that you were sending certain pictures of certain kinds of pizza toppings because that is like code for, okay.
You do this until he's come out with stuff I've never seen the like on YouTube in my life.
Never seen the like. Do you remember this, you big Mimp Squad chuffers? You Mimp Squad, you chuffers. Do you remember this? I poured some chocolate milk on me and I went, ooh. And then I said, oh, your daughter would be better off if she hadn't had such a bad father. I'll be your daddy now. And then you got well eggy. And do you remember I put my, well.
Of what he says. You sick gang stalkers have got an ill man's head and you planned it the night before the inquest. Let's get him! We're all...
I planned it to drop on the night before the inquest because I worked on it leading up to the... I had nothing to do leading up to the inquest. I was waiting for the inquest, obviously. But I was leading to it thinking it's going to be a big day for Alan, the inquest. So if I'm going to drop a video that's going to, you know, cause all this kerfuffle, then I'll drop it the day before the inquest so he has loads of problems with the inquest day. Yeah, definitely did that. But nobody else planned it, just me.
All there. Diem's there, Val's there, Truth Jump, we're all set. Go on, Super Chopper. Go on, son. He's got the inquest tomorrow. Let's destroy him. 5 years. 5 years they've been having parties about they brought me down.
And it's interesting to think who looks like the madness of King George now, like who looks like the loopy doop. Like someone having a bit of a, you know, bit of a thing. Someone's still having a bit of a bad day, aren't you, Alan? Like you still seem to be in a very similar sort of position, or slightly worse. Definitely worse, maybe.
Well, guess what?
It's easier to argue with Alan from the past, isn't it?
I'm still frigging here. And do you know why? Because I haven't done anything wrong. You don't think I know you called the police on me for being SO and all that for 5 years? You don't think that they know? I've spoken to them. I've been at my house 10 times. I've told them what you're doing. You're wasting your time. I have done nothing wrong. Ever. I'm just an old man. Stop it. It's too late. Too late for him. With this latest plan's blown up in your faces big style, like they all do. Claire Morgan, etc. Oh, we got him this time. Oh, yeah, we got him this time. Oh, we're going to take him to court. Frankie's going to get all his money. Oh,
it's like watching an old film that you enjoy, isn't it? Or like there's a couple of football matches that I can go back and just really watch again and again and again. This is like an old film that you enjoy. It's like one of your favourite movies. It stands up to the test of time. It's still good.
yeah? When? This time. Well, we're going to take him to court. Frankie's going to get all his money. Oh, yeah? When? That case is dead in the water.
Is it? Because it's still going on now.
Well, like the rest of you troopers that left, which is about 5 or 6, ragtag and bobtail army, led by Helen, oh so sweet Helen. Oh, we have empathy for people. You have empathy for people? Do you see what your friend Scott is saying? You got empathy for him? No, you won't say anything about that, will you? Or what Junior's done before he became a saint. You got nothing to say about that, have you? No. What if it was me that done what Junior done? What would you say then?
What if it was you that done what? Sorry.
Hi. It's okay.
Did David Icke penetrate you with his penis?
I'm first. He's lovely. You bunch of cretins.
Cretins.
This is blown up in your face. And you ones that are left, Helen, Diem, Truth, Justice, Grumpy Granny.
Grumpy
Val.
Grannies.
Go
Val.
and find a mirror and look at it.
Go find a mirror and
See
look.
what you've become. See what you've been promoting. See what you've done to this man. See what he's called me. See the filth he's produced. See him putting his COC in my face and pretending I'm on it. You pathetic bitch. See him rhyming Vinny cum with a child's name. You are sick, some sick people. See him putting his COC in my face and pretending I'm on it. You pathetic bitch. See him rhyming Vinny cum with a child's name. You are sick, some sick people. And he's the worst now. You made him untouchable. None of you can back him anymore. The mad people that go in there.
You thought untouchable meant that they couldn't be part of the crew. Some of them decided because of Willie in my mouth gate that they were like going to back off, which is strange. I thought on this reaction from Alan, I thought they would just say, "Shut up, Alan. We'll all put our willies in your mouth then. See how you like it. It's just nonsense. Don't be silly." But some of them did die. But I don't care. Like the funny thing was though, there to me that untouchable. You've made him untouchable. I'm one of the Untouchables now. I'm Sean Connery in the Untouchables. Like, what do you want about? This is badass, isn't it? This. I'm really so like you can't even COC. He was so mad. We should have the clips. I've probably got the clips in all of my streams. This is why we should go over through the clips. Is I need to find all the clips of every time he's brought up Willie in my mouth. Obviously, there was a famous moment in my life. For me, famous anyway, where I wish I'd have been allowed to record it. Maybe I can get the police recording. I think you're allowed to do it on what you call it. Aren't you allowed to get it on not data protection, freedom of information? Like obviously Alan sent the police, and the police wanted me to go to the station to. Like I basically cleared it all up, and they were very happy with me, and they said that Alan's causing a nuisance, and they're glad that we were able to talk about it. The clip, they played two clips, and one of them was him saying he put about one of them was me doing the Willie, and one of them was me getting up and pretending to, and they so being questioned about that in the police setting, and everyone in the room finding it funny. Let's be fair, like nobody thought it was like big serious stuff. Oh, where were you on the night of the 14th? Did you put your willy in his mouth? Like we could all see it was nonsense, and like they asked me two questions, and it was like piffled away. It was recorded, like, and they had it on a CD. They had clips of my stream on a CD, 2 clips. Alan had sent them loads of clips. It's all covered in the stream we did after it, but Alan had sent them 2 clips. Sorry, Alan sent them loads of clips, and they said, to be honest, a lot of what they sent wasn't worth talking about in this room, so we've just discounted it. But we've picked out 2 things for us to look at, it was just really a waste of everyone's time. They agreed, we all agreed. If Alan tries to send the police anymore, then they're going to go to his house and say, stop sending the police, it's a police waste of time, you idiot. Come to talk to us yourself, about going in the slammer, because it'd be a bad thing.
Tonight or tomorrow say, yeah, well done. You are pathetic.
You're pathetic.
Because I'm a human being.
Because he's a human being.
Who's done nothing.
Who's done nothing ever wrong.
To the extent of being arrested.
To the extent of being arrested.
Make mistakes. Don't you make mistakes?
Not like you.
You're like the people in Jerusalem throwing stones at the women because who've cast the first stone, guys. I've had to watch him fake masturbating live. I've had to see him rub stuff down. I've had to listen to him singing Gary Glitter. What are you on? What are you on supporting that? You women with children and grandchildren, what are you on supporting that?
Right, kids, upstairs. Daddy's cross.
Sorry. Calm down. I've got... You all worked with him, gave him half-truths, mixed them with lies. I know he has mental health problems. People have written to me, he has many problems mental health-wise. But now he's giddy with the money you gave him and the fame you gave him. He's boasting how famous he is. What have you done? The madness of King George.
Heavy the
No,
head.
you regret it, don't you? No, you
Heavy the head that wears the crown, then, Alan, eh?
can reverse it. Nee, reverse. Nothing to do with me. Nee, nothing to do with me. I didn't make him do it. Nee. It was you. It was me. It was you. No, it was you. All 5 of you.
I've got four
I've
or
got the
5 cola
screenshot.
bottles left.
And the screenshots that go into my case at the King's Bench, London, with all the other crap you've done the last 5 years in the name of Junior. All of you.
Could you imagine working in a serious situation, like a legal serious situation, and 5 years of Alan's crap falls on your desk? It's just bizarre. Why was he so upset about that silly clip but not about the vile song about his daughter? Oh, he's upset about all of it, but he's not really upset about it. And also, the song wasn't vile about his daughter, Candice. It wasn't vile. Which song? None of them were vile. They're just a bit of a laugh. They're not. And I didn't do a vile song about his daughter. I think you're mistaking the original song that I did called Standard Bearer, which I recorded when I was like 16 or 17. All those confusions are cleared out on Trees channel, Cheddy's Naughty Vinyl Trees, Trees channel. I clipped all those bits and put them up there so that everyone could see. You know, there was nothing vile. It was all just a bit of a laugh, and it's not intended to cause alarm and distress. And I'm not being horrible. It's just like maybe slightly crude sometimes, but not even direct. I'm not saying anything bad about his daughter. Like. And also, because he's a massive narcissist, he really only cares about himself. This is all contrived anyway. You've got to remember, he is angry and he is going on a narc rage. The thing he's most angry about is that there was an outpouring of love on our channel with people saying legitimate, how the channel had helped them and, saying nice things about the community and stuff. And he doesn't have that. He had none of that. People weren't saying nice things to him, and that. And if anything, all he wants is their money. And then he had Nonskate hanging over him, so he needed to do this to manipulate the people who were watching him. See how angry I am. Oh, I'm so angry because I'm so innocent. Like, that's what this really is. Like, he manipulates emotions and performances to try and make people feel things. So yeah, if you want to go back, we'll watch after the end of this. We'll watch. If we've got time, we'll watch the songs about. In fact, fuck it, I'll do it now. It's my stream. Let's have a look at what Super Chuffers did about his daughter that was vile. Because I don't think it was vile, to be honest. I just don't think. Standard Bearer wasn't about his daughter, so that's not what you mean, I guess, because I wrote that when I was 17. Sings Alan Smule and My Daughter. That's the one, the My Daughter song. This is the one. Oh, I'll be your daddy now. Sad life, isn't it, Alan? My daughter. He's live behind me. Tiggy's live. That's a bowl of clam chowder. You know what I'm saying? Go out for dinner. We might as well stay in the plaza. We've spent fucking 2. Cry me a river. Cried a river over you. Cry me a river. Cry me a river. We've discussed it and we always disagree. Fair enough, but if it's come up, maybe some other people haven't seen it. It's just fun to watch. I'm really not trying to be mean and rude. It's a comedy sort of song about taking his daughter for a nice dinner. And then when there's a rhyme I can make, like, I'll explain it very quickly again, even though you disagree. I just don't understand how you could disagree, though. Like, the concept is Alan gets mad. So I'm talking about his daughter, who is like a character in this conversation. Not really, not outlining, here's a picture of her. No. I'll take your daughter for a nice dinner, and then, if she's in, I'll take your daughter for a nice dinner, and if she's in luck, later on, I might give her a taxi ride home. It's about creating a saucy and rude rhyme that, in the mind of the audience, they hear. Oh, he said luck, that rhymes with fuck, and then instead of saying it, saying something that's less crude and rude, and it creates a joke. Oh, I thought he was going to say fuck. Like, it's about taking it to the edge of being controversial or a bit too much, like, and just winding it back and leaving that hanging in the air to make a joke. So really, it's not like a sexual assault on his daughter. Very basic, boring. Don't like it. Pandy down, Pandy down. His daughter to town. She might like it. She can get on with me. Agent Pandy down. And that was Alan Smule at the start there, and then it went on to My Daughter, didn't it? I think I'm back now. I think I'm back. I'll buy you a nice dinner tonight. I'm on all about that nice dinner. Oh yeah, you're Alan's daughter. Oh, your dad likes to pass the buck. But you and me, we can always talk about it. Oh, your dad likes to pass the buck. I hope you're doing backing vocals. Oh yeah, you and me, you can give me a suck. A call. Damn it. I should say call there. Oh, your dad likes to pass the buck. But you and me, we can always talk about it. Oh, your dad likes to pass the buck. But you can give me a call. Give me a call. Yeah. So I'm basically like, you know, Bob Dylan or someone, and it's absolute genius. I can't see how that can be criticised. I hope that's not copyright, that bit of music. Been playing it all night. I just assume that all the things they put in TikToks, you can't be copyrighting TikToks, can you? Otherwise you'd never get anything done. Mind you, we've only had 10 minutes of this minute and we're not getting anywhere near through this. Or I've got this one next as well that I said about. Because we've got before he got kicked off YouTube and after he got kicked off YouTube. It's a very different look, isn't it? Oh, Tetchy Angry Alan and defeated Angry Alan. Famous. Chuffer. Not famous.
You still think Scott's funny now?
I'm like, listen, the only reason he got this thing into his head about me being famous was because in Bin's stream, when she was getting well eggy, what happened was I suggested that she was well eggy about me because I'd been successful on YouTube. And what I meant was I'd generated a bit of a growing channel. We'd got up to, at that point, 1,000 and something, 5,000 subscribers, and things were going well. Like, I've been successful in my endeavour thus far. Not like I'm some big success, I'm Martin Scorsese, but things were going well. Also, Alan had been removed off YouTube. That wasn't actually the case, was it, actually, at this point? No, so maybe that's not what I was talking about. Yeah, just generally successful then, in my endeavour. But I didn't mean like I'm some big special someone. I didn't say famous, but it's weird to me Alan got into that because he must have been in there chatting a fake name. Like, he must, like, why would he even know about this? Like, now I'm supposed to be, like, lauding my success. It was only, like, a throwaway comment in Bin's chat in response to her absolute vitriol. And I was like, you're jealous of me because things are going well on YouTube. It's basically my comment, but they spun it into, you think you're special and successful.
Do you? The man that accused Paul Ansell and Emma White of murder?
Sorry, the dance is only real the boots. I don't have the boots. I've got just normal clothes and you can't see the full, I haven't got a full length. I'd have to move the camera. Or set up the second camera. The second camera is pointing downwards for the cards. I'd set up the third camera. All right, look.
Have you got any idea of how many people have reported this to his local police, where he lives? Have you? Do you know what you've done to his life?
What have you done to my life, you bad mimps?
Truth teller's my left foot.
His left and his right foot.
I hope he can find a way out of this, but it's too late, I think.
There's no way out
His
now.
last video was crying.
My last video was crying.
That might just bring it home to you bunch of cretins. I hope Junior's impressed.
That'll bring it home to you. Me crying. An emotional response to everyone else's emotional response. Quite natural and human. Quite a fine thing, I thought. To be grown up and, serious enough to explore emotions. And it was fine that I did. I thought it was, just a moment. Just a thing, a nice moment. And I was really grateful for. Alan, crying.
Well, I doubt it. Because you've just ruined his case.
Ruined.
You haven't got a clue. None of you.
None of you. Threatens.
But I'm telling you what it's done to me. I'll tell you what it's done to my daughter. I'll tell you what his message did to my daughter. And don't tell me she's old. She's 21. That's a kid to me. I'll be your daddy now, he says, leering. You know your old man's been terrible all his life.
Wouldn't it be awful if me and Scarlett went on a nice date and I bought her a nice dinner and we chatted and we said, look, whatever's going on with your dad and all that nonsense, it's not for now. Let's just talk about you and, you know, see what you like. Tell me about what you're up to. Tell me about your dreams, your hopes, your ambitions, what's going on in your life. Wouldn't it be awful if we did that? And then at the end of the evening, I sort of got her a taxi and, well, she could come back to the Airbnb if she want. Wouldn't that be awful? As a 21-year-old adult. Oh. Alan wouldn't like it, obviously. But in the grown-up world, it would actually be just not awful. Like, it's not like some sex crime.
I've kept all these... He doesn't know my daughter. He's never
But what Alan's done in his life might come close to being one.
spoke to her and she never will speak to him.
When I say close.
I promise you. Malicious communications carries a sentence of 2 years minimum.
Oh, glad it wasn't that.
What
then.
have you done to him? You think I've been just sat around for 3 days doing nothing? You can't try to ruin my life without me fighting back.
Fighting
Guys,
back?
Can you?
Yeah, so trolling me, yeah?
You wouldn't want me not to fight back, would you?
Not a...
Of course not.
No, I'd want you to troll him. Publish his dad's address on the internet.
Compose myself.
You're not
I
angry.
could cry now easy and say, oh, I'm so woe is me, what's happened to me, what I don't deserve.
You just
I'm not
did.
gonna.
You just did.
I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of saying this is a pity party. This is an angry party. This is angry Alan.
Classic.
And I am doing something about it. And I will prosecute. Now, he based all his crap on a thing called Smule. Let me tell you about Smule. 15 million users.
Most of them kids.
You've got to be 18 to have an Apple small account.
But
You've
you
got to be
don't-
16 to use it.
Right.
Smule.
Well, we didn't look at this even that closely. Get VIP. So this isn't actually his Smule account. Because at this point, obviously, in Nonskate, his Smule account was in... You know, obviously, they were looking at it quite closely, weren't they? So that's not actually his Smule account. But I was going to say, I wonder if it's suggesting any particular interesting people. This is his Smule defense that he puts out. And it's funny as fuck in lots of ways. We covered it in the past one. Like, he shows us what supposedly an email, request received, I'm being accused or singing with minors. I haven't even done one duet, he says. Well, he didn't. He opened up a collaboration room, had a live stream collaboration with the minors. Thank you for your email, Alan Vinicum8. Your request, 25, whatever the number of the request, has been received and is being reviewed by our support staff. Please, blah, 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 blah. We will try and get back to you as soon as possible, depending on the number of requests we have. So, Smule, please. This is apparently from Alan to Smule. I mean, you can make these messages up. This doesn't prove anything. It's a very close-up image off of Facebook, apparently, at the top there, Facebook. So, like, this doesn't guarantee that Alan's... Do you know what I mean? This doesn't look like it necessarily really means that he really is, but it could be. But please help. I'm still waiting. I'm getting accused for asking this child to sing with me on a duet. Please give me the prof. I didn't ask him. He seems to have sung along to a recording I already made called When I Was 7 Years Old. You told me it will take up to 72 hours. Please hurry. Please hurry. So that doesn't prove that Alan was not... And it's not... What he tries to insinuate is all sorts of other nonsense, but it's under no question. It's a collaboration. Alan had the VIP status. Kids like that don't. It's most likely that what was happening was they were joining into a room, a live room, where they could see Alan at one end, and he, on his phone, could see whoever joined, 3 kids. And then some of them were chosen to add their recording to the thing, add their camera, some not. And then at the end of the song... I wonder if the collaboration room is a process, you know? I wonder if at the end of the song, Alan then has an opportunity to continue talking to them. Because this is exactly, I've been watching some nonce stings, and this is why I was so eggy about it. It's exactly how paedophiles use those sort of things to get into closer to kids. And it's like, well wrong that he was doing it.
Let's see you defend him now. Let's see you defend Scotty Boy now. Right? Let's see how you can do it. And if any of you come in here,
I mean, flip that totally around. Let's see how you can defend Alan, because I busted him. Big ups, Laura. Can I gift you a membership? I appreciate you asking. Unfortunately, the gifted membership system doesn't allow for direct gifts, so no one can say, at Laura Parkin, here is a membership. You just have to get lucky. The way to get lucky is it gives the gifted memberships to people who are in the streams the most and who engage in chat the most, I believe. That's just my belief. But I think it gives the gifted memberships based on who's there, who's chatting, and stuff like that. So, or maybe who's been subscribed longer and stuff like that. I'm not sure, but I really appreciate you requesting it. Unfortunately, there's no way to specifically target you with a gifted membership. The best way is to hang around in the streams and see if you get one. I gifted out 5 earlier, and I'm now devoid of free gifted memberships, so it's a bit weird for me to pay money to YouTube to gift memberships to then split and give me a cut. It looks really bad on my accounts. Like if my tax people at the end of the year had said, why have you given yourself YouTube money and how are you going to line that up with profit and loss and like expenditure, I'd be in trouble. So I can't really gift loads of memberships financially in my own chat like that. But yeah, I appreciate the request.
And trying to support him, then you're even worse than him. He's rubbing cream all over his body. He's fake masturbating. He's putting his willy in my mouth on a picture behind him. And worst of all, he's making jokes about children that I can't even think of, let alone mention. But we have them. You have them, Crow Justice. Crow Justice says it's innocuous, right? Innocuous? Talking about
Laura, we're all looking with bated breath now to see if any of those. Thank you, Red Fan, for the gifted memberships. Thank you. We were all looking with absolute bated breath to see if Laura got one.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say ain't Gabbana, that's on
Where's
my
Nancy?
tippies.
Where, I want her. Where is Nancy anyway?
Thank you very much, Red Fan. Unfortunately, Laura, you didn't pick me up. You didn't pick one up again. They're not that dramatically overpriced. It's not. I mean, I understand not everyone wants to sign up to a membership thing, but hopefully they're set at a reasonable rate, and there is a lot of nice content on there for people. Like, it's a reasonable. I think it's a reasonable offering. There is no promise of anything major. We're not doing special. We might do a special member stream every now and then, but I'm not promising like you have this, right? You know, this is what's on offer. It's great, sell. But if the stuff you want and the stuff you want to watch, and it is there and it's quite reasonable. But sorry, I feel bad now. I'm like kind of watching to see if Laura gets a gifted membership. That's going to be on the pinboard now. I should write to YouTube and find out a way of direct gifting. There should be a way, shouldn't there? So maybe it would be bad to give people direct, like other people on the internet, just random direct gifts in chats. It'd open up a different issue, I guess. But maybe there should be. I don't know.
A child in a sexual way, totally.
Sorry, Alan.
Innocuous. Talking about a child in a sexual way, totally. I mean, like worse than a sexual way. But it's innocuous, is it? It's innocuous, is it, Diem?
How do you get worse than a sexual way talking about children? And like, there's a difference, Alan, in the way we talk about things. Like, for example, when me and Steve did our Madeleine McCann forensic, I remember this because we'd had a chat, me and Steve, about him coming on the show, and he's like a forensic psychologist, yeah. And I'd said, look, you do your dark side Phil stuff, so that's a bit irreverent, isn't it? What happens if you want to get a serious job with like a university or a police, like, you know, after this, and you've got episodes on YouTube where, you know, some things have been a bit fruity in the conversation, in the chat, a bit sort of risque in the jokes, yeah. And he said, well, you know, it's your stream for one, and I'm a guest, so like you're saying it, not me, if that's the case. And number two, like, you know, yeah, you know, those are sort of things that we have to think about. So when we were talking about Madeleine McCann, and I said, you don't want to dredge that up, do you, about something? And then I couldn't help it. I said, you don't want to dredge that up, do you? Like Madeleine McCann's body out at sea. I made a joke like that. It wasn't that exact joke, but there was a joke just like that came out. You know, it was like something got mentioned, and you know, the natural progression for me was the joke about like, and I had to do it, but it doesn't mean I'm some sicko about Madeleine McCann, because I'm doing it as a sort of edgy joke, and the true feelings I have about those things are actually quite serious, and that's what happens with humour. things that are really dark and really difficult, we make jokes about sometimes. Like, that's just what happens. And if you can't handle it, that's up to you and your sense of humour. But it's not up to me that I'm a sicko. I'm human and normal, in fact. And for you to pretend that it's sick and weird is just like... Big ups Bizzle.
Bizzle sent tippies for the AD chuffing
These are the
memories.
memories, yeah.
And those to come.
And I don't know why...
Cult love.
Big ups to Mim
Super
Cult.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I don't know why I'm so arguing with Alan back in the... Like, this is past. I don't have to argue about this anymore. You know, we win. But it's interesting. It is interesting. Still to think of it, the way he tries to twist this. Like I'm some sick bastard. But we know that he's a sick bastard.
It's funny, is it, Helen? Oh, it's so funny, is it, Val?
And like a lot of this is kind of performance. Like, is he really this angry, or is he getting himself all up for it because he's heard that innocent people act angry, and he's got his, like, behind the scenes, he's got his people he's trying to hold on to, and they're getting up in arms, and, you know, like, he's putting on what he determines to be the right performance in a way, isn't he? Big ups Candice. What bad stuff has Eddie got on me? It sounded threatening. Who are you? Who are you? Eddie's got nothing bad on me because I don't do bad things. The end. Eddie, from what you know, from what I've proven on the internet, is a liar. Remember that? I proved he was a liar. So now he's suddenly got really bad stuff on me now that I've proved he was a liar. Yeah. Yeah. Like, the next step I expected, he's deleted his channel, but the next step I expected was for him to come out with something quite outrageous, quite serious, something that I might have had to approach with a legal, like, you know, basically, when things get too serious, like with the Allen stuff, I'll just hand it over to a lawyer. Like, you know, if it gets to be, like, if someone's saying stupid stuff about me on the internet, I'll let them carry on. But if it's something really serious, like, then I'll send that to a lawyer, you know, cease and desist and all that business, defamation. I predicted he might do something weird like that, but the other thing is that whatever he says, like, the more extreme it is, the more obvious it's a lie, and he's proven to be a liar. So Candice is a long time sub, yeah, but I know, I'm just saying, like, why is she, like, asking these weird questions? I suppose maybe it's a question people are thinking. To me, what it says is that when I started probing Eddie, we started to catch him in a few lies, a few really difficult things. If you go back and watch the interview he did on Super Chuffer, there's that moment where he accuses truth finders of altering the inquest. Altering. And then suddenly his phone cuts out. You know, there's a few little moments, and there's a few inconsistencies, and there's a couple of outright lies. So I think when that happened, he went a bit angry, didn't he? And he started saying things about Trisha, and I had him on that. And, like, they were misogynistic, manipulative, gaslighty, horrible, spiteful, attacky things. So once I'd had him on a couple of things, now apparently he's got some secret information on me which is really bad, and it puts the seed out there like a rumour that there's something bad. And I'm not worried because I don't do bad things, so there's no secret information out of me that's bad. And if there was that he thinks is a bit, like I said, if there's been like a kiss and tell, I'll just say, yeah, shagged her, it was great, we had a great time. I've never done any, like, horrible crimes, yeah, so I'm just going to be open and honest about stuff, and it's not a bad thing. And, like, you know, when, like, I don't know, the other day we had a chat about the narcotics I might or might not have definitely taken over the course of my life. You know, when I was in my 20s, I gave up taking any other form of narcotics and smoking a bit of weed, and drinking alcohol and coffee. But, like, you know, went to raves, done some parties. If you think that's terrible, then, you know, put it on the file, make it look bad. But ultimately, I'm not scared of who I am and what I've done. So, like, I've not done anything bad. There's nothing criminal. There's no, like, earth-shattering, change the way you think about Scotty stuff in the past. Nothing like that. There might be one or two angry ex-partners who might want to do a bit of a, like, you know, kiss and tell. Like, even that, I've probably got, like, 10 times more happy ex-partners who are my friends that, like, you know, haven't everyone had a relationship breakdown? Like, I just don't think there's anything. I think, you know, thinking about what they put in the papers, you know, what happens with, like, famous people, usually it's a, like, you know, something like that, some sort of smear. But I think that's what Eddie was trying to do anyway. He was trying to smear me as a racist. And that was just fucking weird. You can see that the racist thing was a desperate attempt to twist something that it wasn't into something else. So, you know, that's where he's at. I can't defend stuff that I haven't done. You know, I'm not going to defend. Oh, I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I'm not a bad person. I haven't done anything bad, so nothing's going to like. He's pretending that he's got cards that he doesn't hold to put those sort of ideas out there because he's a weird manipulative snide.
Nope. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Defend him? Defend him? I dare you. Oh, D, thank you. Thank you. That's someone giving me money because they want it, by the way.
Yeah.
I've been... How dare you, Diem, and your gang?
Forget the money now. Forget the gratitude. We're back on this.
Try to tell my community what they can watch and what they can't watch. Were you the arbitrator of what people can watch?
I forgot about arbitrator. 1 potato, 2 potato, arbitrator more. I forgot about arbitrator. Where are you? Why defend a laugh yet? Like, I just, like, whatever Eddie's, like, I mean, I don't think he will come out and say weird lies now, because I think we're ahead of that, because I think, like I said, I've headed him off on that and, like, called it out before it happens, but, like, the idea was going around, floating around that he might, and, like, like, yeah, and why should we defend a laugh?
I wouldn't come round your house, Ella, and say, switch Coronation Street off because I don't like it.
Although Eddie basically did exactly that. Although he said, it's not that, he said, you can watch Coronation Street, but don't come round my house and watch EastEnders.
Would I?
Would I?
Don't watch Coronation Street because they've got adverts on it. They're getting paid for those adverts. And those actors, they're acting, they're getting paid. The bastards. I'm jealous they're getting paid.
Well, this is weird, isn't it? Because, like, it's actually what, like, it's almost like textbook. Alan is using those same things. Like, Eddie later on used those same things to attack everyone else. Like, Vicky Marie's getting paid. Vicky Marie, like, isn't it? Funny that.
Here's the irony, right?
Here's the irony. Come on.
The clip of him insulting my daughter and saying he's going to be her daddy, he copyright struck it.
Because this was a beautiful piece of poetry. Alan clipped it and then put it as a community post, but he didn't put any commentary or anything like that. He just used to use YouTube as his own, like, store of videos. So he used to clip things and upload them to YouTube, clip it, upload it to YouTube. And it wasn't public, so he couldn't get a copyright strike, but he put it as a community post so I could find it and then find it and make it copyright. So I managed to hit him with the copyright strike, and he didn't like that either because he's stupid.
I had it, and he copyright struck it.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? He has my picture on his wall behind him for 8 hours. He has my picture on his thumb, making me look grotesque. And he copyright strikes me for using 1 minute of his film.
Yeah, for taking it and uploading it to YouTube just as a, like, you don't own things. You can't just take them. Like, you could have put it on YouTube with commentary and, like I'm doing here, but you, like, making it something else. But you can't just take my clips and just upload them to YouTube and have them. And you must have done that with loads of other stuff that no one saw privately, but stupidly put it as a community post so I could find it. And it was just glorious, glorious to think of him having to go, I've got a copyright strike, and a proper one.
I can't be bothered to copyright strike him.
Candice Bowen, thanks for your response. I wouldn't want veiled threats like that. Yeah, officially malicious communication, veiled threats, yeah. But, like I say, these are cards that, like, same with Alan, they're cards that I hold. Like, if things go weird, I can then say to the police, well, here's my record of the... I mean, I could have keep reporting, but you know what I mean? Like, the fact that these people have made these veiled threats and people have recorded the videos and stuff like that, I just hold it as a card. I don't think it's worth my time chasing some nutter around the internet for being a bit, like, angry and saying bad things. Like I say as well, if Alan had clipped my content and done what I'm doing and talked over it and paused it and interact, you know, and all that, then I wouldn't have had any way of, like, copyright striking him anyway, because it wouldn't have been fair. But also, I wouldn't care. Like, I don't mind that. Like, it's just all fair in love and war sort of thing. Is it Saudi Arabian Grand Prix today? I watched the boxing last night on the streaming. I didn't pay for it, and, like, I just get angry now with the Grand Prix, to be honest. I used to really like the Grand Prix, but it made me angry now these days. I don't know why. Maybe because it's not, like, plain sailing for Old Lewis. But yeah, yeah, I can't be bothered with like if Eddie makes other stuff, I can use it for content and stuff. But like protracted legal battles and like veiled threats and the police don't want to be messing with that stuff. You know, YouTube can deal with it. And look what Eddie's done. Like when he does that stuff, he deletes it and removes it and hides. Like he knows. He knows. I like to think in 5 years' time, am I going to look like sometimes you make a decision about stuff, yeah? It might be a simple decision like cereal. In 5 years' time, am I going to care which cereal I eat this morning? No. Right, we'll pick a cereal then. Let's get it over with. Let's get going. Like, you know, big decision or small decision. And the thing about like that, Eddie said this or Eddie did that or Eddie threatening this. Like in 5 years' time, will I give a shit about what Eddie Vinyl Break said about what I said about what Alan said about whatever on street? Like, no. So I just let it go.
YouTube is the new Wild West, isn't it? You can raise £50,000 for
You're so mad, the screen's shaking.
a man in Colorado or wherever he is, North Carolina, to come and get me in England and sue me for £60,000 because he doesn't like me studying a case that millions and millions of people have done videos about. And it's been...
I was thinking we should get pictures behind me. I should get Alan with the cross out. I should get Eddie with a cross out. Should I get Bin Bin with a cross out? I didn't have anything to do with her getting removed. But I should have a space. I should have Luke. I should have Luke with a cross out. Should I have Peter Faulting with the cross out? And then I should have a space. Who wants to be next?
on Netflix and Dr. Phil, and I never attacked his family or him.
Can you have some who? I did get my hair cut, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, yeah. I got it cut by me today in the downstairs toilet in the mirror, like that. With my hairdressing scissors though, so it's a professional job. You should see the razor work with my thinning, like my professional shears. You should see my razor work around the back. I certainly couldn't, so I don't know how it looks. Just went in. I know how hair feels. I've done it all my life. I just went in. There's probably a bit of a chunk missing here, because like slide cutting through with my shears. But this part, we're all right. Actually, are we all right on that? Is it even? Looks all right from here, yeah.
All I ever said was Kessinger needs to be questioned. That's
That's
it.
it. That's it. That's all I ever said. How did you manage to make so many fucking episodes then?
I'm mild. You should see the evidence he's given. I can't tell you because it's privilege. You should see the evidence he's given. You know, you all sent him like hours of screenshots and hours of films, like 50,000 hours, and Clever Claire put it in a porthole and showed the world.
A porthole,
which is illegal.
We're not even talking about Super Chuffer now. We're off Super Chuffer. What happened to this? We're off Super Chuffer now. Doing the court case again. What about me?
And save their daughter. You know, I know you do have a brain, Jenica. Listen. I spoke. It's the freaking truth. How do you feel now? Giving him money. He doesn't even want to take me to court. He doesn't want to close me down. He wants me to give him money. Anyone that watches him, they'll be like gamers and people like that, won't they?
Oh, I forgot about this bit.
He has no clue as what's gone on in the last 4 years. He thinks you're all lovely because you give him tips. They will destroy his channel and dump him when he's no further used to them.
This was Alan trying to scare me away from people like Martin Dean, Truth, Justice and whatever, because they have information, but the information was on their channels and I was able to go and watch it on their channels. I didn't have to like, you know, oh, please, could you tell me something else about Alan I can use for my show? Like, it wasn't like that. Like, I just could go on their channels. They'd made good channels. I could go back and look at them. I'm a bit disappointed that Truth Justice sort of disappeared as well, because like these days I think I wish I could go back and look at more of the old Alan content. All right, here's a big shout out. I should have done it at the start of the episode. We're looking for all of Alan's old videos. I want to put them on a hard drive. I know there's somebody out there that's got them, whether it's Lizzie Taylor or whether it's Undercover Mother. We're looking for someone like from the old days, maybe Val, someone that's got basically all the videos. I don't want to start messing about saying, oh, here's some from this, here's some from that, and then one person gives me some and the other person gives me some, and then I have to say, oh, I've already got this one, sorry, I've already got this one, have you got that one that goes in the middle of the two? I want somebody who's got the fucking full library on a big wok. Let's find out how walloping it is, how many terabytes it needs to be. Either I buy a hard drive and send it over and then you post the hard drive, or we send it over and whatever. I want the hard drive full of stuff though. Like, you can send it me on the internet, the data, or whatever. We'll even discuss a price. Maybe Grumpy Grannis, yeah, maybe. We'll even discuss a price. I would even be willing to put, like, you know, a decent, maybe it's a donation to charity that you want, rather than a, you know, a direct amount of monies. If you agree and think I'm doing, you know, a good job taking down Alan and all that, then you might just want to hand it over to me so I can use it. But if you think, oh, he's going to use that to make videos and he's a bad chuffer, then set a price. Let's start somewhere lower down. Like, we're not talking thousands here. Like, we're not talking hundreds. Like, we might get over 100, but like, you know, let's not go loony. Let's, like, you know, let's keep our feet on the ground, because really, like, the market for a hard drive full of Alan's old videos is quite small. But somebody supplied him with one, didn't they, recently? Somebody supplied him with a load of old videos, so maybe they've got a price. Maybe they want to make a little bit of money. So somebody get me those old videos. I want everything from day one. I don't need so much the more recent ones because I covered them already, but I want to be able to go back and watch. I never got to see them. They all got to disappear. So I want to see what happened in the old days. And I don't just want, like, you know, 10, 20 before he deleted a load, but I've got this. I'm talking about if someone can give me the full Alan catalogue, or as good as, or if you've got if you're sat there thinking, I haven't got the full catalogue, but I've got a great big chunk of videos, but he wants the full catalogue, still talk to us, still get in touch through the Discord, because there's a price on, there's a wanted poster out, there's a price on that, there's a price on it, and you know, it would mean the world to me to be able to watch all that old stuff and go through it with a fine-tooth comb. So thank you very much, Leslie B, for those $5 Australian.
Torch you the battery boy.
Well, they might be Austrian, I don't know.
I've got a big armchair.
Oh, what did I press now? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just a button. All right, okay. She's still not woken up. I said a bit of Ella Ringrose later. She's still not woken up. We're halfway through this. We don't have to watch it, or we can do what we want. We can skip through. This was Alan angry before he got kicked off YouTube, I remember. And next we're going to see what he's like after he got kicked off YouTube, the day after.
I'll tell you what, he's no further used to anyone. Anyone that watches him.
Just can't even think of anything, can he? The idea was to sully me, to slander me, to scare people off me, so that people didn't take what I said legitimately, because I was saying he was a nonce and I'd found him on smulsing him with kids. That's what this is all about. It's easy to see, isn't it? And it didn't work.
There'd be like gamers and people like that, wouldn't they?
And this idea that I'd been inflated and then I would get dropped, it was to scare me as well, that I'd wandered into the wrong conversation. Better keep out of this, mate. You don't know what you're dealing with.
Trying to destroy me is the truth and steal my subs through spreading lies and misinformation.
Big ups, Carol.
To try to get my subs. It's all about the money, eh, Scott?
Listen, he doesn't understand as well. Try and get his subs. Like, we can all have the same subs. They can sub to multiple channels.
Sullying my character. Photoshopping my Smule account and playing trickery with it.
Later on, he accepted he wasn't photoshopped. So why did he think it was photoshopped? He knew that was a lie. He knew it was a lie.
Through it all, I've looked through the glass and I see a shining light. Genetic code.
Bizarro. So that's the first 40 minutes of that. Let's jump over to this. This is Alan Vinicum got banned off YouTube.
Trying to go live here. Anybody hear me?
And the next day, Star Trek jacket and all. Oh, you'll be pleased at this. I'm live on YouTube. This is today's post. You've seen this one before. I thought I'd put it up again. There's no problem with repeating pictures on Twitter. Look, it's his Star Trek jacket. Look how Star Trek it really is. You see how Star Trek his jacket really is? Yeah. And he ain't got much more hair than Picard anyway. But you shouldn't pick on someone for going bald. We all are going bald. We're all going to go bald one day. The Star Trek top. I've seen one on the internet, a hoodie. £16 from China. I'm thinking of getting one. I'm not that much of a Star Trek fan, but I might want to join the club. So what do you think? I might want to join the club. What I did was, this might anger people. I tweeted it, and I tweeted it with "May the Force be with you." And my hope is that people are going to be angered because this is Star Trek, not Star Wars. So "May the Force be with you" is not the appropriate thing to say. And I think there will be a section of the audience that will be angered by that incorrect association between Star Wars and Star Trek, and they may respond to the post more. Like a sort of anger bait, like a sort of debate might spring out, you know. Oh, it's the wrong, oh, you said, and it's Star Wars. Clickbait in the posts now, so. This is classic as well.
Go live, go live.
Go live, go. He hasn't even got any better than this since then.
Hopefully you...
Like, honestly, this is day one of his Rumble. He unlisted this. This video is gone now, but like we can still see it. This is day one of his Rumble. So it's weird to me, isn't it? That it has, I thought, oh, day one on Rumble. I didn't know why. This is something I never got into my head. When you change from stream, like between Twitter, Rumble, Twitch, I said Twitter, anywhere, like Alan will end up streaming on LinkedIn, but like when you change stream, you don't change anything. All you do is send your stream to a different content creation platform. Like, I don't have to change anything at my end. All I change is the stream key, and it just goes to a different stream. Like, you know, I stream on Twitch, like it's the same background. I stream on YouTube, same background, same microphone, same computer, same everything. Like, so why is it that when he lost his shit, he had a real meltdown, screaming at the spanners. Obviously that happened behind the scenes, crying the lot. He said that he couldn't even fight the appeal because he didn't know what was wrong. It felt like he couldn't even be asked to do the appeal, like given up. I think some of them almost like left him alone for a bit just because thought, like, what's going on here? He managed to grab a few of them back. That was the purpose of this stream. But you thought this microphone, like, it was almost like such a disaster had happened that, of course, the microphone is different. Of course, the background is different. Of course, he can't even do up his jacket. It's been like a tidal wave disaster. A tsunami has hit. So the stream is different. The computer is different. The settings are different. None of it works. We'll get better over time. Like, that was the sort of premise here. But it doesn't make any sense at all, does it? I tweeted it anyways. Yeah, to make everyone cross. It's like clickbait. May the Force be with you. I'm going to do more of it. I'm going to do more incorrect quotes with movie associations, and maybe people will correct me, because people like correcting people more than anything, don't they? They really like correcting people. So if I do grammatical mistakes or, you know, incorrect movie association quotes, maybe people are just like, no, you got it wrong, and they'll have a million responses, like, and at least it'll be something. It's a bit like how Alan operates. Negative attention is still attention. But I can't still, in my head, get this into my head that it's because the YouTube broke, because we got banned off YouTube, now everything is broken, and we start again, and he didn't manage to fix it. He got the green screen back on at one point. It gives him trouble. He has the stuttery internet. It's all a problem. But the microphone appears beside / behind him, never gets fixed, never appears in front of him. In fact, in this stream, it might not even be on, so he might be blessed with sound from the laptop, which is mildly better. But he never fixes any of these things. It's like this forever now on Rumble.
Might be able to hear me and see me.
The hear me, see me, can you hear me, can you see? That never stops, does it? That's always like that.
This is all new to me, of course.
It's not new to you. It's everything the same, except now you're on Rumble. So you put your stream key into your Rumble channel. and you stream on Rumble.
Hopefully, if you can see me, say hi. This is all new to me, of course. Hopefully, if you can see me, say hi. Yeah. So, which one do I use? Hello. Yeah. So I'm hoping there's no feedback.
Like, this is funny when you're watching it like this, yeah. But if this guy stood in front of you trying to select a trolley at the supermarket, it starts to get you really wound up. Like, if this guy's using the cash machine in front of you, you're just like, tell me your number and I'll punch it in for you before I punch you in. You know, he stood in front of you in the bar and he's like, well, I think I'll have you just, and he gets his change out and it all falls on the floor and he's like, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'll buy you a drink. What do you want? All right, by the time I've had my drinks, you would have thought of what drink you want and then tell it to the barman. I'll leave £5 on the counter. Just shut up and get out of my way. Like, you know, what is happening here? Like, it's a bumbling buffoon of a performance, and really, this is a day after being like, because it's a special day for Alan. He got deleted off YouTube. He's on Rumble now. Like, it's too late to do this. But what he should have done is, and I didn't say it at the time. At the time, I said he needs to get back on immediately, show face immediately, find new platform, get back on. Should have done it immediately. There were other streaming platforms he could have used. We're not even going to discuss them. I don't want to give him ideas, but I think what would have been better would have been to take a couple of days to assess the situation, go through the YouTube appeal, don't even talk about it publicly, waiting to see, you know, you got 2 days on that appeal, you need to know whether you get the appeal, you might be jumping the gun here. So do the 2 days, do the appeal. Rumble did age him, but also the lack of filters. Because when he did this, for some reason, he turned off all his filters. Maybe they just worked with YouTube. I don't think so, though. He just turned everything off. He was like, start again from scratch. Or maybe he got scared and he deleted stuff off his computer. There's an option, isn't it? Maybe he got worried about his being deleted off YouTube and got worried about other things and did like a factory reset. That's an interesting angle that I hadn't thought of before. But realistically, like, what was I even saying? Oh yeah, it's a big day. Back on Rumble, first time ever. Like, what he should have done is the people were going to talk. Like, when someone like Brian Harvey gets banned off YouTube, everyone's like, oh, Brian's been banned. Oh, when's he going to get back on? And like, if he comes on his B-side channel, everyone's there. Why did you get banned? What's happening? You know, like, there's a bit of a buzz about it. There was for this as well. So Alan should have, like, held down, like, knuckled, you know, battened down the hatches. And if he's not going to get back on YouTube, he needs to think about that, you know. But if he's not, Armchair Detective, watch the fish. We'll have to have a look, yeah. If he's not going to get back on YouTube quickly, he should have prepared and planned his Rumble and said it's going to be a big thing on this. Like, first of all, just release the date, just the date as like a post on Facebook, just the date, and everyone's going to go, "What's happening on that date?" And then next post is going to be like, "Let's get ready." ... And then you're going to be like, "What? Is he coming on Rumble? He's going to be on Rumble. Oh, he's going to be on Rumble." And then the channel appears on Rumble with no content, just the channel, and people talk, he's on Rumble here. And then like it builds up to this like launch, and on launch it should have been tight, polished. This is Rumble, it's better than YouTube. I can say this and I can show you this, and I've been working on some things that really have been, you know, and it's absolutely like, he could have done all his spin, granted, and like we'd have still took the piss, but instead of just jumping on like, oh my god, my life's over, I've been up all night drinking vodka and crying, please help me. This was the worst possible move in terms of public image. It's too late for him now, but back then he could have made that decision just to sort of stabilise the ship, make the best plan, and make sure he, especially on a, you know, we're talking about a new platform where other people on the platform haven't ever seen him necessarily, so he's appearing as a new channel. To appear like this.
So that's the next question. Can you hear me properly? Can you hear me properly with no feedback?
And this is a guy who's been streaming for like 8 years, you know, who's had a successful career, in inverted commas, on YouTube, who's earned hundreds of thousands of pounds, like, and he still can't even work a microphone or a laptop. And he's got like basically, like, he could have gone out and furnished his entire setup here, the chair, the microphone, the laptop, the blank wall, all of that from just a charity shop. Like it's like real bargain basement stuff. So he came on and looked like an absolute shambles.
You can hear me and you can't see me, says Kitty Willy. Hopefully you should all be able to see me and hear me. Hello, are you doing okay? Yeah.
And you know what's funny is this hasn't changed, has it? Like the standard of what he does now compared to this is only marginally better.
Yeah. It's okay, as good as can be expected.
Like the image hasn't got any better, the sound hasn't got any better. He still dresses like this. He's still got fuck all to say, really.
So you all should be able to hear me and see me now. All good, okay. Now I've got 2 streams running. One in Rumble. You guys in Rumble can see me and hear me. And write in chat. If you're watching on Patreon, you haven't got a chat. Is that correct? Right.
Which makes me think you've just put a link in Patreon, like an embedding into Patreon, and rather than like you're live streaming on Patreon. But
I was dumped off of YouTube yesterday, like with no buy or leave, you know. That's what happened. No, I'm not sure whether it's okay with you.
still a better setup than DSP. I'd argue DSP probably is slightly better than Alan in so like they're so similar. This is the thing, they're so similar. The pop shield example, like DSP took 15 years to remove a pop shield that was obstructive. Like, there was other forms of pop shield. You can get this foam thing, you can put a sock on it. He put one on his thing when he did his. I think he put one on his thing when he did the. Has everyone seen that? If anyone in chat, we talk about Dark Side Phil, and I just referenced it. The incident, just out of the blue, because this is how it happened. It happened out of the blue. This really happened on a stream. Look, there he is. That's Dark Side Phil. What's happening is it's the start of his stream. And he does a stream starting soon card, and it's up on the screen. And usually his camera is not on, but for this particular moment, his camera is on, so you can see what he's doing while he's getting his stream set up. He appears to be masturbating. Later confirmed by him. Oh. Oh. Masturbating in front of children. Now the question is, there is a question, did he finish? Did he finish? Because the question is, where did the load go? That's a serious question people have on the internet, a serious one. I think he's clearing up now. I think he's getting ready to sort himself out, and then I think now he's finishing. And he does that, he goes, ugh. And
What is up,
immediately,
everyone?
but the thing is, he immediately goes into the stream. So it's when he goes like that back, is he tight polishing it off? I think he does something messing about, but some people argue that he doesn't even finish. He just decides to stop masturbating suddenly in the middle and just start talking. But I think that for me, like, people think that's the final reckoning, and that he goes, like that there.
What is up?
And what is up? Right, well, listen.
What's up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Whoops. But I think he might finish a little bit earlier. And that it's hard to tell, isn't it? I think he's still jiggling it here a bit. I think he might finish around here. But he's got like what has he got something to tidy it up with? Because like he starts moving differently there. Like it's like he shuffles his arm up like that.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish.
Body Sculpture sent tippies. Just when you think it's safe to come on TV, the Armchair Ripper strikes back. If you do a wanted poster of the beast, I will repost it on my Twitter. These videos of him being exposed are like gold. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Obviously, this is Dark Side Phil, not Alan, but yeah, we should do wanted posters for Alan. That would be a good meme. Get on it. The best ones win cash. Not confirmed. But I think he might be, like, he seems frustrated there, actually. Some people argue that's his frustration there, and that he can't finish, so he just gives up. But I think he might be wiping it, and like while he puts his head back, he might be, because it might be quite tender, so he might be during that moment, like, and he might be putting his head back while he tucks it all away, and then he leans in and gets on the stream. So that's what I think, like, because people assume that's the bit where he's, but I think he might finish just before that, and at this point he might just be like wiping and moving, and I don't know why he's got his head back though necessarily, but it might be quite tender and like. But he's very quickly.
What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
So yeah, famous The Incident. Dark Side Phil officially, The Incident officially, and he talks about it. You know, he's confirmed it. Officially jerked off on camera. On his stream.
Snort, snort. My wife has much better, bigger and big. When I see it, you're banned. I'm not even fucking around.
This is from Snort 007. I just picked whatever was on the list.
Phil's a nigger. I really do. I need that money. Why am I talking? Behind the scenes, explaining to him how harmful it is when people keep bringing up my incident.
People talking about his incident. It's quite a famous thing on the internet. Anyway.
For me, this is an experiment. So I'm hoping you can hear me and see me. That's the first thing we have to do. I'm definitely online. So now I'm going to check Patreon. Bear with me a second while I check Patreon. Plenty of time, guys. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. I want you to take your time to get used to this format. I really do.
He's kind of defeated, isn't he? Like, he knows it's all down the toilet. Like, he knows it's all in the shitter. He tried to put locals on. He tried to get them to sign up to this, to that. Like, now the committed few just give him PayPal direct.
So who's watching on Rumble and who's watching on Patreon?
And this is what I thought we needed. Ella Ringrose. I'm still doing this, bless her. I love that. I just paused it at the right moment. You there? Hello. Ella Ringrose is going to teach us about how to manifest any amount of money easily. So I think Alan might enjoy that. And also I promised you that we're going to watch a lady nearly drown in the bath and finish off with Alan's song. So we can have a bit more of this Alan's pathetic return to Rumble. But I do want to watch a bit of Ella Ringrose now. I just feel like I want to. It's just a vibe I've got. So let's jump into this and then let's swing back to Alan in a minute to see how he's doing before we finish on the bath time shenanigans, because I do want to make sure we get some of this. Ella starts this video. It's only a short one, but Ella starts this video. It was a live stream, actually. Sorry, I say video. It was a live stream. She does 10-minute little live streams. She started this live stream like this. Okay, so this is pretty magic as far as I'm concerned. I've never seen it done before, and I like it. Are you ready? Go.
Hi everyone. Okay, I was not planning on going live.
She was not planning on going live. It seems she was just there asleep, look. It looks like the live started on its own. She's got her hands here. So how did the live start? Like, is someone keeping her in a room? She keeping her in a room and they've just like turned on the live and she's like, I'm live, shit. Hi, I wasn't planning on going live, but it seems like I am, so let's go. Big ups, Keely. Big ups, how you doing? We're ready to manifest some monies. This is how we do it. I know that's probably what she's doing. She's got her eyes closed. How did she start the stream with her eyes closed and her hands on like that? Oh, and then she comes to life, doesn't she? Like 5 seconds into it, she does a face. It's weird. Opens her eyes, little smile, and then hello. Hello. Oh, yeah, I'm here. No, it's like she kind of like comes back into her own head. Is that because she's doing that meditation, flying transcendental? Was she off on another plane? What's happening? Happy. Hello, it's me. Right, okay.
Hi everyone.
Hi, you're loud.
Okay, I was not planning on going live. I just finished our Zoom call in week 2 in Wealth Codes, and I got a very strong message to just come on really quickly and speak about manifesting money, especially in New Earth. If you're unaware of what New Earth is,
I am.
It is right now on Earth, we're going through a massive shift.
A shift.
Awakening in consciousness.
An awakening in consciousness. I'm pretty awake consciously right now. I'm pretty much, I mean, I smoked a bit of weed, but honestly.
A lot of influx of light is coming onto Earth. And
An influx of light, that would be the sun. We've seen that. We've written that down. We've got pictures of it.
also, when it comes to light, it also means cleansing the SHIT of the remnants of energy. And what
Cleansing the remnants of energy with light. Get rid of the shit. I've got electric light. It's a bit yellow, isn't it? It's a bit yellow, that. Get rid of that. All sorts of lights. I've got a torch. Where's my torch? I don't cleanse my SHIT with a torch.
held with the word money and what money is. And we're
Monies.
going to start reframing that so we can start feeling good about money. We can
Feel
start
good.
feeling money is healthy, money is good, money is organic.
Organic monies. Money's not organic. Money's a social construct.
And for anyone joining, make sure to give us a thumbs up. And I want to let you know as well that if you're interested in joining Wealth Codes, you can still join. You just receive access to the first 2 weeks, and every other week is still live.
Which is that's good for if you're having trouble with monies, why don't you give her £300 of your monies for this sort of stuff? Oh no. It's one of them. This is what Chris's Substack referenced and said you should be onto, said that this is the good place to go. And this is why I think they get people who are really confused and they put them like onto this sort of stuff. And like, you know, if you're really confused, then you might be interested in giving her some monies. So you might get some monies, but it looks like you're not getting monies. It looks like you're giving it to her. So.
And I am in Craggy Island. I am back in Ireland.
Are you? Oh my God, we should be married. We should be married. She's back from her travels. We should get married. We should. She'll be like, oh, I don't like you. You're saying bad things about my videos on the internet. And I'll be like, but hey, I'm Scotty Hottie, so we should get married. And she'd be like, I don't know if we should. You were blowing in my ears. I'm quite smart, really. I know you're quite smart. You're smart enough to pull this one. We should get married. I could help you make videos, even if I didn't like what you were doing, and we could talk about it over dinner and then angry sex afterwards. Ooh. No, we should get married. Like, I'm looking for a wife. Definitely looking for a wife. Equal partner in a relationship. Somebody to have a babis. You could do. You're quite pretty. Bit strange. I like them strange. You don't think my tippies are working? Someone else said that. Which tippies? these tippies, I'll refresh it. Last one we just got was Body Sculpture Armchair Ripper. So that worked. That worked. I think it does work. Sorry, if you tipped someone else by mistake, it might be someone else got the tippies. You shouldn't buy your dress and ring then. I've said I'm not going to date somebody that I meet as a person that watches my streams because there's a bit of a strange power balance. Like it creates a funny space where I'd be sort of like, you know, sexy behind the scenes. Like I think we don't want that. Like, so I think what's better is that I just like when I meet people organically in life, they can. But you can count if you can stalk me enough so that you bump into me at Tesco's. But this one, she does content on the internet, so we've kind of got like this equal. Look, even complimenting her with my clothes, look, we even do look really good together. I can do some real, like, mystic, Sufi stuff. She'd be impressed. She would. She wouldn't know what she was getting into originally. She'd think, oh, he's such a bad cynic, and he's saying, but I'll be so spiritual. And then you'd be like, oh, I'm not really that spiritual. I'm just doing it for the YouTube monies. And I'd be like, well, see, then we'd get on really well. Like, we'd be fine. Let's at least go for a few drinks and an Airbnb.
For another.
I'm vegan. I'm vegan. I bet she's vegan. She should be. Otherwise, it'd mess up her energies.
Before I head off again. So if you're wondering why I'm wearing a big cozy jumper, but I wanted to.
She's only there for 2 weeks.
Draw a diagram.
Was she there?
So if you're wondering why, I am back in Ireland for another 2 weeks before I head off again.
2 weeks before you head off again.
Wondering why I'm wearing a big cozy jumper. But I wanted to draw a diagram on this because this dropped in for me recently. So just let me do my thing.
Just drawing a picture.
Okay. Okie dokie. So.
It's not a very complicated picture, is it?
I'm just going to move this. 1 second, guys. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to ask us to imagine source energy. This is
source energy. I'll have barbecue.
Really bad shape, but it is a diamond. So I want you to imagine source energy.
Source energy, like barbecue, tomato. Give me a kissy. Tomato. She looks quite scared now. I hope I haven't scared her.
Universe, God, consciousness, the creator. This is what is inside of all of us. So if you
it looks like it's at the top of the diamond, but it's inside of all of us. It's God the creator. Source energy. Got it.
Think of our soul. It is a massive, it is a beautiful divine part of the greater picture.
All right, get on with it.
Right? And so we come down and incarnate into this earth for this human experience, for this human life. So when we think of source or we think of the divine, right? And we think of this word, we feel in our body expansion. That is what source is. And I was meditating today.
We do what? So wait. When we think of it, we feel in our body expansion. I'm not so sure about that, but yeah.
Beautiful voice say, spirit does not speak English. And this was a
okay. Worlds where we're listening to voices in our head that don't speak English are a bit complex.
Huge game changer for me when I realized this. And again, for anyone watching, make sure to give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy. When we think of that spirit, that the universe does not speak in English, it actually gives us a lot of freedom. And I'll tell you why. Well,
we put words to concepts in English. So whilst the universe might not speak in English, we would speak to each other. And like you've just called it source. That's an English word. So we attribute a word that means to us and to other people the thing that we want it to mean. So we speak in concepts, we give concepts names. So like nomenclature you're talking about there, but we've called it source. It doesn't really matter if the universe calls it source, you've called it source, I've called it source, it's called source. But I understand that what I consider to be, or what you consider to be, and what I'm referencing is not officially on the shelves called source. It's just nameless, just is a thing. Nothing exists named, brought to earth with a name. Like we put the names on it. I get it.
Is when we grow, right?
Before we talk about that, what's your favourite sauce in chat? Like if you've got if you've got a bag of chips, if you're American and you don't know what I'm talking about because you think, why are they putting sauce on crisps? That's because they're not crisps. They're chips. And what you're eating is French fries. Yeah, but you live in America and you call them French fries. So now who's winning? So what do you put on your chips? What's your favourite sauce?
Sorry, not when we grow. When we're born and when we're put into this world, we're told all these old beliefs, these old paradigms were passed down. So if our parents, went through poverty as children, they're going to tell us those beliefs. They're going to
So our parents teach us stuff.
tell us that. Maybe you were raised in a fearful environment. Maybe your teacher told you never amount to anything, right? And so
Well, you just said the environment there, the environment. So you're mixing up individuals and the environment. Like, there's a complex conversation about nature and nurture, genetics and your environment, but you're also saying particular individuals. So we're getting a lot of different ideas all coming together at once, but I get it.
live life with these really accumulated beliefs.
So you've got this basic energy, God energy of who you are, whatever you are. It's nice, it's good. And then on top of that, you've got this layer of, this is basically what she's doing is she's reinterpreting sort of Freudian psychology about the id, about the subconscious and the conscious, but she's giving it different words. It's kind of clever in a way. See, I admire her in a way. She could give me a bit of a kissy if she wants, just a little one. Do you want to give me a little kissy? Just a little... No? Okay. We're not at that level yet. I'm strangely surprised that what she's actually describing is already described in basic psychology, but they don't use these funny words. They just describe it in a much more clear and easy to understand way. But yeah, you've got who you are born as, which is a sort of blank slate, and it could be genetics, or it could be nurture, or it could be a combination of both. But as you develop, you learn stuff, and that imprints on you as to who you feel you are, your identity, your subconscious, your conscious, your ego, your id. Yeah.
Systems that are so rigid and they're so
Scott's local Tesco sauce. Hide it in the sauces, waiting for me to come and replenish the barbecue sauce, which is my current... it's always been for me, barbecue sauce. But, when you go to... Okay, here's a different question then. When you go to McDonald's, what sauce do you get with the chips or the nuggets or whatever, the dippy sauce? That's a different question, because that's a bit more specific. But for me, when I go to McDonald's, you see, I will always get the sweet curry, followed by the... Sorry, always get the sweet and sour, followed by the sweet curry. It's those two, the curry sauce and the sweet and sour I get from McDonald's. If I'm going to the fish and chip shop and getting chips from there, then I'm getting curry sauce, of course. And if I'm going to cook it at home and just get some chips out of the air fryer, it's barbecue, or it's... tomato ketchup got left by the wayside. When I was a kid, tomato ketchup was the sauce. But as I've got older, it's got left by the wayside. But I still get it out of the fridge every now and then and squirt some. I can't argue that tomato ketchup is still an acceptable sauce. But I'm not one for mayonnaise, I'll tell you that. I just don't like mayonnaise. I had it for a little bit. There was a phase, people were talking about it. Back when I used to not be vegan, I was like, oh, people put mayonnaise on chips. Go on then, I'll try some mayonnaise on my chips. But overall, no, I went off it. I was just like, nah, it's too dark. Nah. Gravy's a bit excessive because it makes it all soggy. Curry, in the UK, we have curry sauce, right? For anyone that's American, it's different, right? The fish and chips, every fish, there's fish and chip takeaway with curry sauce, and
You're
this
joking,
is
aren't you? Salt and Alex.
Actually, I don't know why this is being made like this, but why are you doing it like this? Let me see it as a fish and chips. That when you get your fish and chips, you go to a fish and chip restaurant. These aren't even chip shop chips. You will get curry sauce like that in a little polystyrene totty. And it goes with the fish and chips. It's always in every... everyone gets fish... see how those chips are different? Because in the fish and chip shops everywhere, every fish and chip shop in the country, they have, a potato chopper machine and a deep, big fryer, and they come out like that. So fish shop chips come out different. And that's how they come out. They're a little bit soggier maybe, some of them are crispy, but they come out like that, they're different. And every fish and chip shop, the totty of curry sauce, look. And it's curry sauce, I don't know what it is, it's curry sauce. And it's fish and chips and curry sauce. And then what you tend to do is pour the curry sauce on the fish and chips and eat it all off. I was talking to Alt about this on tractor beam about whether you make a mess with it or whether you dip or whatever. But with fish and chips like this, you pour the curry sauce on. This one's in Nuneaton. Nuneaton's up the road from me. Every time I see crimes on the news, it's always happening in Nuneaton. Going into the fish and chip shop. Would you just, like, they all look like that, the fish and, there you go, that's what it looks like when you get it from everywhere as well, which is, it's weird that you can have so many independent fish and chip shops around the country, and yet their product is all basically ubiquitous, homogenous. Like, if it didn't look like that, you'd be like, the chips aren't right from the fish and chip shop, you know? Like, it's always like that. It's weird, isn't it, actually, in a way? It's almost like there's some sort of conspiracy going on with fish and chip shops, isn't it? It's almost like there's some sort of weird conspiracy. They're all independent, but they all serve exactly the same food. It's like that with Chinese restaurants, isn't it? The Chinese restaurants are all different and they're all independent, but they all have the same food on the menu. Like, I don't have to get a menu. Like, if I go to a Chinese restaurant around your way, you don't have to show me the menu. I can tell you what I want. You'll order it. They'll have it. It's what they serve, isn't it? You don't have to look at the menu around my way. You know that they're going to have your favourite thing on the menu. It's what they do. So they're all starving in Nuneaton. But let's not anger Nuneaton, because I don't want people from Nuneaton getting angry and coming around here. They're quite nice in Nuneaton from what I hear. Well, some of them are, and some of them are very, very violent. So I've seen it on the news. But that's what they look like, the fish and chips. I want to show you this as well. I want it to go round again. Go round again, short. I want to pause it on the interior of the shop, because they're all the same shop interior as well, which is kind of weird. Like, the counter's the same. Now I'm thinking about it, this is kind of weird, isn't it? Like, we take it for granted. It's going to be an independent fish and chip shop, but that counter is going to have that steel counter like that, with the hot items behind the thing, Savaloys, fish burgers, fish. There's going to be the deep fat fryer. The counter is tall and steel. Everyone, how come they're all fitted the same? I suppose there's probably one supplier of fish and chip fryers, and why not go with the standard? Why have your own different one? But isn't it weird? They're all the same. And like, you'd expect it of McDonald's, because McDonald's is one, it's all owned by the same people. But this isn't all owned by the same people. In fact, they're all different people. More than McDonald's, they're all different people. So no one said, hey, we'll just have a different kind of, I don't want to have a steel box with my scallops in it. It's weird. It's starting to bug me now. But that's what they all look like. When you walk in, it's warm. There's the first thing as well. When you walk in, the place is warm. And then you get the smell of the oil. And it's not bad over fried oil, but you get the smell of the oil, the fish. You can feel it in the air, the salt and the vinegar. You smell that as you walk in. Usually there could be a queue quite often when you go in, because you go in when it's popular time to go in, don't you? Like, you're not getting your tea at fucking 3 in the afternoon. Like, everyone else feels hungry at the same time. You go in when you... Anyway, look, you go in, there might be a queue, you might stand in the queue, you order your fish and chips, they put it in the paper, they wrap it up, squirt it with salt and vinegar before they wrap it up. Simple operation, but you can go anywhere in the country and you can have exactly the same sort of experience. Like, basically exactly the same. And if it was slightly overcooked fish, or slightly this or slightly that, you'd get, like, different opinions, but not really different opinions. Like, there's a guy who rates takeaways across the UK, and there are slight differences, but they are slight. Like, you will all agree with me that this fish and chip shop in Nuneaton looks just like your fish and chip shop where you live. The only thing that's different is the people that work there. You get used to them, and you get like, oh, hi, nice to see, because you see them quite often. Like, your local fish and chip shop, you see over the course of your life, you get used to the people in there. They get used to the people that come in. So that's different, isn't it? So they know you when you go in. So bear this in mind. Scott's top tip. When you go to a fish and chip shop you've not been in before, you stand out like a sore thumb, because they've got all the locals. And when you go in, they're like, who's this? Who's this snazzy guy in his floral hoodie like a ladies? Who's this? He doesn't live around here. They've got your number straight off. Who's this pretty lady with all the money sauce? Can I have curry sauce instead of money sauce? Instead of God sauce, whatever. Should we get back on with it?
Supportive to you and your life and maybe the dreams you're wanting to pursue, right? So even giving you an example, like when I dropped out of school, I remember people thought I was crazy. I was like, I want to pursue my dream.
40% of people in the audience now are thinking, can I get the fish and chip shop to deliver? Are they still open? there's a great chunk of my audience now who's considering getting fish and chips, isn't there? Tell me in chat if you're considering now feeling hungry for fish and chips. I'm sorry I did that to you.
I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to do YouTube. And people thought I was crazy, but now I've lived in 9 countries. I'm moving to New Jersey next week for a week.
New Jersey?
I'm going to New Jersey next week.
She's going on holiday in New Jersey. She lived in 9 countries. Why is she on the run?
Then I'm moving to Guatemala. And
Guatemala? That sounds dangerous.
I'm moving to Costa Rica. And I just
Costa Rica?
came back from Bali. Like, I'm
Bali?
able to travel.
I mean, this is supposed to sound like really glamorous, like she's got loads of money, isn't it? Like, you know, a lifestyle that I want, glamorous. Let's get on the Instagram. So I should pay her money so that I can find out her secrets.
I'm able to do what I love. I'm able to do my work. And that came from, and I'll tell you why, that came from me not listening to my mind.
So if you're going to want me to trust that, you're going to have to show me some accounts or something. Like, you're going to have to say to me, it can't be based on people give you £300 on YouTube and you can afford then to go to Bali, because that's not a good business model for me to follow. Like, you've got that business model, getting your wealth codes, but I can't do wealth codes, can I? So that's not a business model for me. And also, what about if it's like your parents or like money you got left or something like that? Like, did you have any other money, or like, is it just the money that's coming in from this source energy procedure that you're using? Like, you need to be. It's not exactly financial advice, is this? Is it this?
Listening to my heart, and that is where spirit will call you. That is where source will call you. That is where you can accumulate your big dreams, your big visions that people
Right, listen to your heart and you can do what you want.
may think are absolutely batshit
And it might be connected to God energy, apparently.
crazy. Okay? Because your heart
And she's slipped that one into the rug. Listen,
may think are absolutely batshit crazy.
other people might think it's batshit crazy, but don't listen to them. Listen to your heart or her and give her £300. Don't you listen to the other friends in your life that might say, hey, are you sure you should be giving this good woman on the internet £300 for her wealth codes? Like, isn't it a bit batshit crazy? No, you've been preloaded here. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them.
Accumulate your big dreams, your big visions that people may think are absolutely batshit crazy.
But it depends what your big dreams and visions are. People might not think they're batshit crazy. You know, it depends. It's totally a variable scale of whatever they are.
Okay? Because your heart is the language of the universe. Your
Okay, my heart's the language of the universe. Not. Sorry, what now?
heart is what is guiding you. Your heart is
I thought it was the source energy.
what understands how energetics work. Your heart is what understands God, source, energy.
Oh, my heart understands it. Okay.
Right? So the mind.
It does seem through medical. You've got to bear in mind, through medical investigation, we've decided that the heart is basically a pump, and that years ago people used to assume the heart was like the center of the body because it was at the center, so they would assume it performed the function of the brain. And of course, when your heart is stopped, so are you, so they would assume that too. But it turns out the mind, or the brain, is actually performing a lot more of the functions than people had previously thought. So in ancient literature, you know, it might have said, like, you know, my heart wants this, my heart says that, but that's because it was like a misconception. Nowadays you might say, you know, my brain wants this, my, you know, and there is a distinction between heart and mind in the way we talk about our feelings, because it's emotions that we now attribute to the heart, and like solid, like grounded thinking, like I'm doing, attached to the head. But also what's really interesting, if you want to go another layer, is that there is a, like, you know, our brains work through neurons are pathways with electricity passing back and forth, and there is a network of neurons that goes down our heart, our stomach. You know, our nerves are neurons, aren't they? So it is actually the case that our stomach does some thinking, if that makes certain sense. Like, there is enough of a neural net around our stomach and things to send back what I guess you could consider ideas. Like, what is a signal in your brain if it's not an idea, a thought, an idea? But like, we don't think of our stomach as thinking, but definitely it's talking to our brain, is part of our, connected to our, you know, this whole like connected dance. So the more modern thinking would say that you could think with your heart in some ways, at least subconsciously, maybe, I don't know. But that's getting into like real deep and interesting areas of modern what's the word for brain thought? Doctoring? Neurology. And I'm not an expert neurologist, but I don't think you are either.
is dogmatically programmed with the word money. The mind is told money is evil, money is selfish, money is wrong.
Well, the mind isn't told that. People tell you that. It depends who tells it you and who you listen to and what it is. Like, no one necessarily beat into me that money was wrong. I felt like I felt it myself, like through, I suppose one of the main ones was religion, like, wasn't it? Like, you know, Jesus threw over the tape, the money lenders, like a sense of ethics over money rather than money over ethics was always kind of, I suppose, taught to me from those sort of perspectives. Money's not like, actually, if you grow up in the 80s in the UK or in the West, money wasn't necessarily seen as wrong. I think you'll find there were actual, like quite a lot of people said, like you know, there were yuppies, there were people who were proud of being rich, there were people who were socially aspirational, there were people who made a lot of money. There was films like Wall Street, greed is good was a slogan in Wall Street. So like, it depends on who you listen to and what who's telling you what. So.
And the reason is
did we have the McRib we had the McRib in the UK? Did they have it in America? I think they definitely did have it in America and Canada and everywhere, the McRib. But do we still have it in the UK? I don't know. But I don't want one anymore because I'm vegan, so they can get the McPlant. Try the McPlant. Listen, as we're talking about this, get this in your mind now. If you next time you go to McDonald's, remember Super Chuffer said this, why don't you try the McPlant? It's only one burger out of 1 million burgers you're going to eat. If you don't like it, you don't have to have it next time. You know, get yourself a cheeky cheeseburger just in case you don't like it. But have the McPlant, eat it, maybe ask for it without the white sauce if you don't like the white sauce. Bear in mind they put like a white mayonnaise sauce. Maybe ask for it without that. But eat it and tell me it's not a reasonable burger. And it's quite reasonable. And that no animals died and it's good for you and everything. That's quite a good trade-off. So try the McPlant. Just try it if you're at McDonald's. Just try it. I'm not sending you to McDonald's. I'm not promoting McDonald's. But if you are there, try the McPlant.
because most of society have experienced ancestrally war and famine, right? Even I'm Irish. Obviously, Irish people went through a famine not that long ago. Ancestrally, it's in their body of poverty. And I've noticed, specifically with Irish people, there's a deep...
I mean, obviously, ancestrally, we've all been through loads of stuff. Some of them were the kings. Like Ireland had its... Did Ireland have its own monarchs? I might be ignorant here. It didn't have a Taoiseach. What's the Tao? Is the Taoiseach the Prime Minister or something? Hang on. Didn't Ireland have like a traditional... I need to find this out now. Alexa, did Ireland have a king?
No, Ireland is a republic and doesn't have a monarchy.
Yeah, I know it is now.
The head of state is the president.
Did Ireland have a monarchy? Monarchy of Ireland. Yeah. Yeah, since ancient times. Yeah, of course. So they had, yeah. So some people in Ireland were like ancestrally, like not that, weren't they? The famine affected a great deal of people across the quite, you know, it's a thing that affect, yeah. But ancestrally, it's one thing amongst loads of other things. So ancestrally, as far as you go back, most of us start to connect. The further back you go, we connect a bit more. So ancestrally, I'm like the king of Egypt as much as I am affected by a famine, yeah?
Rooted fear around money, okay? And so viscerally in our bodies, a lot of people think money is wrong on a very subconscious level. And if I make money, I am selfish, I'm wrong, especially if I'm spiritual.
Are you saying that as a defense for you being a spiritual guide on YouTube to be selling your money program of wealth codes, as a defense to that, you're saying it's not wrong, it is spiritual? Is that what you're saying? Feels like gaslighting now.
It is wrong. I'm not allowed. There's not enough in this world. There's a housing crisis. There's, you know, the money, the shares. And so all these parts of our body are affirming that we are not worthy of it, that we are not safe of receiving it. Okay? But when we think...
Not safe of receiving it.
Okay, and we think of money. What we're here to do as healers, as the new earth consciousness bridgers, is understanding...
Why is money at the bottom of this diamond like this?
That money is deserving and it's screaming and crying out for a whole new feeling, a whole new embodiment, a whole new energy that wants to come through for money. So that as a humanity, as a population, when we hear money, we're not thinking demonic and evil and fearing. We are feeling the birthright of who we came here to be.
So it's about privilege then. The birthright of who you came to be. You're supposed to be rich. I'm literally hearing someone in your apparent position. I don't know what your position is, but do you know what I mean? I'm literally looking at you on the internet, hearing you say it's my birthright to be rich, really, and people should give me money. I don't have to feel bad about that. It's my birthright. It's in my ancestry.
Feeling the remembrance.
It's because of the God energy.
Who we are, which is love, which is abundance, which is.
I think you might want to work for it as well. That might be an option because it's just available for everyone. Everyone's got equal chance at it. That's the way we've set up society. This is why money's a social construct. What money allows you to do is, before money we had bartering, right? So like I've got a chicken and you've got a big cabbage, and I want the big cabbage because I'm vegan and I can't deal you the chicken. Actually, I'm letting the chicken go. I'm going to swap you a big turnip instead. I've got a big turnip, you've got a big cabbage, so I'll swap you one turnip for one cabbage. Yeah, deal. But then you're like, hang on, I want 2 turnips for one cabbage, and I'm like, well, I'll cut the turnip in half and I'll have one cabbage, and you can, like, you know, we start messing about like that. So we say this is a bit difficult, and to be honest, my turnips, they like, you know, I can't carry around a load of turnips. And I can't, you know, they're going rotten in my bag. I'm swapping turnips. Let's stop using turnips and cabbages and just straight bartering. Why don't I give you a bit of gold? Like, gold has value. I'll give you a bit of gold and you can give me 2 turnips. And like, now we've got like this whole system moving on from that, just that simple premise, like I've got something else valuable, to what money does is, money has to be transferable, obviously. It has to be portable, because you've got to carry it around. Like, you used to have money. There was a tribe that had great big rocks outside their houses, and you would sort of chisel on your debt onto the rocks and it would exist there. So you'd do your money trades in the market, and then you'd go home and like chisel it on your big rock. But we don't need to do that. We need it to be portable. We need it to be divisible, so that I can give you 5 and you can give me 10 or 3 or 2. Like, you know, we can. It's not just 10, 10, 10 notes, because what happens when you want 5 or 3? Like, it needs to be divisible. So we've got units of different denominations, and it also needs to be durable, so that it lasts, so that it doesn't melt in the sun, so that all of a sudden I've lost all my money because I left it in the sun. It needs to be durable. So we've come up with a system that fulfills all these different things and more, and that's money. And what it does is it just represents a value between 2 parties. It's why in the Bank of England notes it says promises to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £5 in weight of gold, effectively. And if you were to return your banknotes to the bank, effectively you should be able to get money in gold back, like the official gold value back. But like, most people don't go that far these days, you know. But it's just a promise, it's just a piece of paper, it's just an idea, a construct between the minds of all the people that engage in it. So on Fortnite you have like V-Bucks. That's kind of like money, because everyone agrees it's worth something and they can trade it. They don't trade it between each other on Fortnite. That's a bad example, actually. But like, the ability to trade things in prisons, you're not allowed money, so they trade cigarettes or packets of noodles, and that becomes the currency, so to speak. And the value of like having money, like, there are other layers to this. Of course, we've got a Keynesian society, we've got a Keynesian economic system. So then you have interest rates, banking, you have the ability to grow your money in different ways. Don't get me into that, it gets too deep. But effectively, the basic, like, you know, Roman idea of a coin, an item that I can say, this is worth this, have that instead of the 2 pumpkins, thank you very much for the cabbages. That's what money is. It's an agreement between people, all of us, that something has value, and we'll swap that instead of the physical items that we can't carry around and fuck about with. And then it opens up these other doors where I can do a day's labour, and instead of giving me pumpkins, you can give me money, and I can choose what I have with my money. And that opens up the economy, and that's how we live. So, like, there's what money is.
Expansion. And I just did this in my group, was I asked them to feel a body map of what feels, I want people to viscerally understand what expansion feels like and contraction feels like.
So viscerally, you mean physically, viscerally, primarily, feel what expansion and contraction feels like. So breathing in feels like expansion, and breathing out feels like contraction, and going all huddled like this feels like contraction, and going all big feels like expansion. But the fact that the universe is expanding, like, I'm not going to get a big feel on that. Like, what do you want about?
Because when we go into school and we're told to do this, and Timmy's told to do that, and these...
Timmy? What's happened to Timmy? Why are we bringing Timmy into it? She looks pretty, though. Every time I pause her, sometimes I think, oh, isn't she pretty? So I'm not trying to be misogynistic, but, you know, just being polite about how pretty she is.
Moved into his head, and he becomes very dogmatically in the...
But then they get this Kelly don't start thinking funny, because Kelly, what was her name? Ellie Arquette, she thought that I was saying that she was pretty because I wanted to get into her trousers. But although I've offered this one the potential position of wife, we have to have a few nice dinners first and talk about it. Like, it doesn't mean I'm just trying to get in your trousers. Just be nice.
Brain and the mind, there's no awareness of the body and what the body's guiding us. So the mind becomes our dominated world and this beautiful video game of a world, because your world is really your oyster of this manifestation ground.
Oyster, video game, manifestation ground.
You basically become heavily on these programs and you can't create a reality for yourself.
You can't create a reality for yourself because your mind is dominating instead of your body.
And so Timmy grows up forgetting the power of his heart.
So Timmy can't just make the world just do whatever because he's focused too much on the reality of the world with his mind.
Getting the powerful creational cue that he can co-create the reality the way he wants to.
And what he needs to do is get in touch with the source energy in his heart to just create whatever the fuck he wants.
So what's desperately being asked for people is to stop demonizing money and to stop making it...
But people do really want money, you know? Like, I don't know. I think what you're saying is stop demonizing money for you because it seems to be a little egregious that you should platform yourself as this spiritualist and then ask people for hundreds of pounds for wealth codes. Because, like I've said, you get people all confused. You get them away from the protective arm of people that care about them into a world where anyone that says you're a nutter, don't believe them, stick with the nutters. And then you start to pump these ideas into their head that maybe money's good, that you should have it and they should give you £300. Like, it's just sounds like a grift, doesn't it? And this sounds like a defense of the grift, but do go on.
Feel contraction in your body and be rebellious enough to feel what abundance feels like. Like, I'll give you an example. When I at one point was really fearful of money, right? I moved into an Airbnb that was so luxurious and beautiful.
Oh, Airbnb. Moved into an Airbnb. There we go. I think she did a slip up there. I always think this about these influencers. Any of us can move into an Airbnb for a week. Like, you're off to America soon, aren't you? Any of us can move into an Airbnb. Like, you get all your photos, do your videos, but it doesn't mean you're living a wonderful, luxurious lifestyle. Like, it's a holiday, and it's not permanent, and you don't own any of that stuff. So you went on holiday in a nice place, and you got it for a good price. That's the source providing you with, like, that's what it is if someone gives you £300 for your wealth codes, you can book an Airbnb.
And I felt so relaxed and beautiful, and I opened my eyes and went, I was like...
But I'm not against that. Like, you know, people are giving me tippies. I intend to get a nice Airbnb when we go out and create content, but I'm not going to make the content pretending that I've got a secret to wealth that I can sell you. Look at my Airbnb, look at the hot tub, it's full of Nicole Kessingers. So you know, you might want to pay me £300 and I'll let you into the secret of how you too could get your very own Nicole Kessinger. Like, that's not what I'm doing, is it? So like, I don't understand why she has to do this like weird grift about it. Why can't she just put actual work in and make good content and then receive the rewards of hard work? Like, why does... And this is quite a lot of hard work to do this.
Money is not the issue. It's my relationship to abundance. I thought I'd be like abundance, and I'd be doing these abundance meditations, but I didn't viscerally feel what abundance was. And so as I was in this Airbnb, I was in the bath and I could feel in my body.
If you want to feel what abundance is viscerally, then instead of going to lovely Airbnbs where you feel like a princess, go out amongst some people who aren't living such a great life and just give someone some money for some charity. Like, buy someone a pizza who's sleeping rough or something like that, and you'll get a much closer feeling of how abundant your life is compared to some other people very close by who ain't doing as well. You don't need to travel around the world to do this either. They have them in Ireland. Like, if you want to feel abundant, you want to feel like, reflect on your own, how lucky you are, you know. If you want to feel that abundance, then just go around the corner and just realise that not everyone is doing so well, you know, and that we need to help people out. But don't give Ella Ringrose €300 for wealth codes.
Abundance was freedom. It was time freedom. It was expansion. It was me being able to express myself, me being able to be in this beautiful place. And as I felt abundance in my body... That
is financial freedom you're talking about there. That's what that is, financial freedom. But there is a critical point here, which is people mistake financial freedom for actual freedom insofar as, I mean, I've been in certain situations in my life where I felt restricted by lack of finance, I suppose, you know, working hard to make sure they keep the lights on or pay the bills or whatever. But like, certain point you can sort of say, if I get the time to do what I want, I am free. And if, as long as what I want is not restricted by needing to have loads of money, you know, I want to fly a jet, so I'm not free. But if what I want is to walk around the woods and like talk to friends and have a nice dinner, like, then I have got free time to do that, and like, I can live a good life and enjoy that. And the money aspect is not the restrictive thing. It becomes less important if the things you want are not, like, how am I teaching this to the spiritual person? That if the things you want aren't, what's the word, materialistic, then you can have everything you want in life. And time is valuable, so you can find a way to enjoy your time. And like, we all get that gift, at least, I guess. Okay, some of us have to work in order to enjoy that free time, but then you enjoy it because you worked, I suppose. And that's life as well. So welcome to Economics 101, and welcome to Spiritualism 101 now. I'll be your guide, not her. Give me a kissy though. Give me the little kissy. Little kissy. We'll do a good double act. We'll be a good... I'll ask you deep and difficult questions, and you'll answer me with interesting things. And then the money will flow in, and then we can live as rich people in wonderful houses, and we can make videos about how great it is. How about that? It's a good offer. It's a good offer. I'm offering Alan Vinicum £20 to do a stream together, and I'm offering, what's her name? Ella Ringrose, a life of luxury if she just marry Scotty Hottie and do things that Scotty Hottie thinks are good. After a couple of years, if it's not going well, she can just chuff off, but like, she should give it a go. Well, I'm trying to manipulate and gaslight her now into doing things my way, when she's trying to manipulate and gaslight me into doing things her way. So let's listen to her more.
My aura, my energy just like was like, I'm literally invincible. I could do whatever I wanted. That is, and
that's the cocaine. That's the cocaine, love.
I felt abundance in my body. My aura, my energy just like was like, I'm literally invincible. I could do whatever I wanted.
That's cocaine. Look, you're touching your nose now because you're remembering it.
That is, and from that point I realized, okay, I can start to link money to that energy. That is the problem. People right now, the minute they feel money, it's like a heart attack. It's like, right? But I want you to start training yourself to feel viscerally in your body that energy of abundance and whatever that can feel like. And again, for anyone joining, make sure to give this a thumbs up. And that's exactly what we did in the Zoom.
Like talking about abundance, like abundance of time, abundance of energy, abundance of what? Like when I used to have an allotment, I had an abundance of literal pumpkins. Like I grew loads of pumpkin plants and I planted them all up and they all grew pumpkins. And then I had loads of pumpkins. Like
I'm going to pop up now. If you're still
you got to be careful with this manifestation. Otherwise you might have an abundance of mold growing out the back. You manifested it, you know, you might have an abundance of bloody abundance of junk mail come through the front door. Oh, I was wishing for abundance and I didn't focus it properly, and now I've got an abundance of junk mail. You can have an abundance of anything, couldn't you? You can have a real an abundant build-up of Qatar.
To join wealth codes, it's about us reprogramming what money means to us and accumulating and birthing our birthright of wealth.
Squeezing out a money baby.
And the reason I was showing you this diagram,
she does want to get married and have a baby,
was because if we come from source and we come from expansion, and money, okay, this is the key part.
Please tell me in chat if I'm being too misogynistic.
Here, right? And I write abundance. Okay, we're just not going to do it rightly.
It's not my fault. She's quite pretty.
And we feel like abundance feels like it's time.
We crossed out money, we put abundance now.
And freedom. It's me being able to, you know, eat healthier. It's me being able to look after my kids or have.
What about the other parts of the diamond, and why is it a diamond?
Time, whatever it is.
What's up and what's down? Is it a graph? Like, why is that higher up? Because it's from the God. That's God at the top. That's high energy, like top stuff. And down here we've got, like, is it about? I don't know what. There's no. You haven't put any. Like, what does X mean? Like, what does any of this mean?
That's the feeling that New Earth energy is wanting us to do. It's wanting us to heal the energy of money.
Heal the money.
Because on a
heal the money.
Very subconscious level, it's actually got nothing to do with money. If you're feeling unworthy of money.
Oh, wait, hang on. If I'm abundant and I've got loads of stuff and it's abundance, maybe I should give you £300 because I've got loads.
You're actually feeling unworthy of the pure necessities of humanity.
If she wants people to give her £300, right, then she should do a better job of teaching them how to get £300. Lesson 1 should be, go and get a job at fucking Aldi, right? They do £16 an hour. Go and work at Aldi. Come back to me when you've got £300 and give it me. There's lesson 1. Lesson 2, you get after you've given me the £300. And don't think, when you come back for lesson 2 and you give me £300, right? You give me £300 and I say to you, so, lesson 1 worked well, didn't it? You got £300. And you say yes. And I say, well, from now on you have to trust me. It's going to get a bit more complicated. Lesson 2 is going to get a bit more complicated. But first of all, what I want you to do is work a few more shifts at Aldi. What we're going to do is we're going to up your number of shifts. We're going to see if you can get a few extra shifts. Come back to me next week and tell me how much money you made. And next week you come back and you say, I made even more money this week because I did extra shifts. And I say, yeah, this is working. We're on to something here. I'm putting the prices up because it's going so well.
Safety, of stability, of feeling good.
Before I know it, I've got 24 of you working at Aldi. It's easy. You don't have to do the bagging. You just drag the stuff out into the store and just leave it there. There's no bagging involved. You just sit at the counter. You'll be fine. You'll get on. You'll chat to each other in the staff room. You'll be fine. I'll have all of you working at Aldi paying me. And these are my streams from now on. It's just like, in fact, I might start doing like, you know, Aldi must have like some sort of health and safety induction video they do. Welcome to working at Aldi. Welcome to working at IKEA. First thing you need to know is in the warehouse, always walk on the left-hand side. Be aware, when these fire doors are closed, you shouldn't push them from the... I'll do that as a stream so that when you get to Aldi or IKEA or whatever, you're really good and you're ready. You're already like, my streams should be, or her streams, should be preparing people to work at minimum wage jobs, or even better than minimum wage. In fact, she should train people up. She should train them. She should do like IT training or something, like teach people to code and then take 10% of what they make when they go off and become famous coding game designers or something. Like, there's other ways to go about this. If you want people to give you £300, don't just blag them. Give me £300, give me £300, give me £300.
Louise sent tippies.
Thank you, Louise. Get Louise to
hugs.
send you £103 tippies. Just dancing with the... Did you want to put a message in? Put it in chat if we missed a message off, and we'll read the message, because we're worried now that Louise didn't get her messages out. But I think that was just a straightforward... I'll press you a button.
Torture the battery boy.
I'll give you a button.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say ain't Gabbana, that's on my tippies.
Yeah, so if you want to manifest any amount of money, then what you want to do, Ella, is teach people skills so they can go and get jobs to earn money. It doesn't even matter, like, you can be self-employed like I am, or you are, and like teach them the skills to, like, don't do multi-level marketing, don't sell them a load of shampoo that they have to sell to somebody else, but like actually teach them legitimate life skills, find out what sort of situations they're in. You know, it might be a bit more one-on-one, but find out what sort of situations they're in, what's holding them back in their current financial situation. Try and identify maybe choke points, because some people it might be something as simple as you're gambling all the time, or you know, like you're spending too much money on ready meals and takeaway. Like, I've done your finances, and it turns out this. You know, do a financial audit. And like, see if you can help them or direct them in some way like that. You might be able to save them some money they didn't know because you have an inside. You're going to turn into Martin, what's his face, on the money program if you're not careful. So probably don't do that. Stick with this nonsense. But this isn't going to get anybody rich other than you. And it's not even going to get you that rich. You need lots of idiots to give you £300. And once they give it you once and they don't get rich, they're not going to come back. Part of doing a good service, like, the problem with grifting, I mean, Alan's got it made because they do come back, but one of the problems with grifting is most people feel at the end they've been grifted, so they feel annoyed and then they don't come back. But if you do a good job with people and you legitimately offer them a proper service, here it's entertainment, but also exposing grifters. A little bit of information, a little bit of education. Not really, is it? But it's fun to, like, it's like nonce busting, but fun. They're not nonces today. This one's a grifter. So it'd be better, wouldn't it, Ella, to give people skills and stuff so that they could go and make actual money and then give it to you, rather than just asking for £300 for this. But let's see what else you've got. We've still got a few minutes of your video. At the moment, I haven't got any actionable tips other than try and love money.
That is the basic necessity of self-love.
But I would argue spiritually that sauce, tomato, ketchup, whatever, barbecue or sweet and sour, And yea, God did say unto them, I could be sweet and I could be sour. God can take the form of any sauce. And yea, Jesus did dip his nugget, and the sauce came back tomato. Sorry, I'm not doing jokes about Jesus. I'm just saying, like, you know, God could, like, Jesus, like, it's not a joke. If you love Jesus, you know that Jesus could have got anything in that cup, dipped it, and come out with anything, couldn't he? He probably wouldn't have wanted chicken nuggets because he was probably vegan, but he could have dipped a bit and he could have said, oh, you thought it was water? Well, look at that, it's ketchup. So there you go. The Lord is your shepherd. And would you like fries with that? So the what are we saying?
Is, you know, supporting ourselves.
Oh yeah, God loves money and money is God, and you love God and money is me, and I am inside myself and I am God.
Feeling supported. So the more we start to
feel abundance,
program our body, which
have a really big meal, feel really abundant, and then also give me £300.
what I'm teaching you in well.
Next time you go to the Chinese takeaway, order 2 main meals, 2 starters, and what else can you get? 2 main meals, 2 starters. I'm trying to think of an. Oh, you can get a can of pop or whatever from, but you don't usually. I don't bother because, like, you know, I've got my own drinks at home, and you're bringing it to my home anyway. So, but get yourself a can of pop as well. Be abundant, and while you're at it, give me £300.
Codes to repro.
This lady is making the viewers leave. Is she? Is she? Let me check my stats. I enjoy it. I like watching people. Now we're still chilling. I think what happens is at a certain time, maybe it did dip a bit since she's been on. It did dip a bit, but it might be because people just, like, you know, they've watched for a while. We've been on for 4 hours now, so people have watched a long bit of stream and they're thinking it's time for the end. I'm off to go and watch something else. It's time for my tea or whatever. It's 10 o'clock at night now, so it's like a kind of, like, maybe there's something better on telly. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's that. Like, down 70 viewers. Agreed, maybe. Agreed. I'm enjoying it. The people that are here might still be enjoying it. We'll finish off her video, and then what we will do is we'll turn to the finishing touches anyway. We're going to come to the end of the stream anyway after this. There's a little bit more of him if you want, but we can do that anytime. We looked at it a little bit, and I wanted to show you the lady who nearly drowned in the bath. Where is it? There. The lady who nearly drowned in the bath we'll finish on. And then Angry Alan's song to finish the stream. So
program your body to feel money and abundance intertwined. And
isn't this
also,
good? She's like an Angry Alan. She's a bit of a grifter. She's got a nonsense to speak. She's grifting people. I'm calling it out. I think this is quite good. And plus, maybe it's because I offered to marry her and give her a kissy. Maybe people didn't like that aspect of it, because I don't do that to Alan, so maybe it's misogynistic. But like, she looks cross now. She looks a bit sad. Look, but I think it falls under the same. And it can't all be the same flavour of ice cream every day, can it? It's nice to do different things. We looked at Luke. We looked at Alan. Now we're looking at this.
I can't see.
Look at her laughing. She knows she's doing a con. She's like, if she wasn't doing it. The thing is, as well, like I'm saying, she's got a nice personality. She can talk well. Like, she leads a conversation nicely. She's doing good, reasonable media presentation. She looks well present. Like, she looks pretty. Like, but she's doing all this nonsense. Like, it's all ugly, horrible content. Like, she's got so much going for her, but then, like, she throws it under the bus a bit by grifting people with nonsense. I just don't, you know.
This camera's backwards. Intertwined at the same time, feel the energy of source and how that feels.
And I think she's actually quite smart. Unlike Alan, I think she's quite smart because she's doing quite a complicated bit of manipulation.
Your body, the more you are going to start.
You say you can't take her gaslighting any longer. Oh, there's only we're at 9 minutes of 11. I suppose I'll just skip it to the end.
That good stuff.
I'll skip it to the end. No one likes her. I'll skip it to
that
the
is
end.
held around money because it's not serving our bodies.
You've got the point.
And then from there, we're creating a roadmap, right? So if you enjoyed, make sure to give this video a thumbs up. It's very impromptu, but
they all hate you, Ella.
I was making this because I have so much energy from the Zoom we just got off.
Because they gave you money to be on that Zoom.
And I wanted to share that. So if you feel a call to join Wealth Codes, it's
or maybe you didn't have any people on the Zoom, so you needed to do an advert for it.
It's absolutely not too late. I'll link it down below.
Wealth Codes, link down below. Wealth Codes. It costs hundreds of monies. Don't do it. Right then, a woman in the bath, yeah? You eggy chuffers, how about this? How about this? Can't believe you didn't think that was good. I thought that was good. I thought I was on a roll there, giving her the lickings of a dog, saying I was going to give her a kissy. Let's have a little polling chat. Well, no, it doesn't matter because everyone's gone now. They haven't. I think what it is that when you hit 3 hours, that's the length of a stream. And then an hour after that, which is for the last hour, it's declining. But then, 3 hours. We've done a long, good stream. We've done a stream, yeah? So people just sort of, they finished. But for the hardcore, we're going to carry on here for a bit. You want a kiss, you can have a kissy. We're going to carry on here for a little bit. We're going to see about this man and his girlfriend who fell asleep in the bath. We're going to finish on Alan's song. And then I've done a good stream. I might get myself a cup of soup and I might jump onto Twitch to play a little bit of games before nights. So, God, you can't have it all. What do you think that if you manifest money, but then it backfires because everyone is jealous? I mean, I don't know what... I don't believe in manifestation in that way. I think you're much better off actually, actioning things. The world is physical and it goes on around you. Imagine you're lying there manifesting not getting eaten by a tiger, and then a tiger manifests, they eat you. You're better off running. So I think in the world, especially the economic system that we've got set up around us, it's just there for you. Money, I know a lot of people struggle in lots of ways because it's set up to kind of drain your money as well. But money is there out there, isn't it? There are jobs, there are opportunities, there are ways to go about getting it, different levels of receiving it. But I don't know if it's all down. I think if you sat there and closed your eyes and manifested it, you'd be on you'd be behind people who actually went out and worked in a job. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you could have 20 minutes of manifesting while you're on the toilet, but otherwise, you want to get out there and get on with stuff. That's what's going to get you the money. But I do agree that overall, I don't think, I feel more, you're asking me, I'm the wrong person to ask, because I feel more spiritually engaged. But I should be doing something that I enjoy, and maybe the money will come with it, and maybe I don't need to get a millionaire money, I just need to have enough money to survive and do the things I want to do to enjoy and, have a little family. So, Scott ignores me when I scare him, big ups Carol. I think it's okay, different levels of whatever you want maybe. Our economic system does allow for people to get incredibly greedy and incredibly rich as well. I'm not an expert on that, but it's definitely an option out there, isn't it? What would I do with £250,000? £250,000, what's that? 250,000, that's like a house, isn't it? It's less money than you think it is in today's day and age because it's like a house, and if you buy a house with it, then it's gone. Like that, isn't it? So I'd want to do probably a small buying of some sort. If you gave me £250,000 now, I'd feel a fool if I didn't invest it in something sensible like a house or something that I could then still years to come say, don't worry, I've still got all that money. I didn't fritter it away. But I'd like to put some of it away on an account to say this is now the budget for making documentary style footage on YouTube, and it's gone up. So the quality of the work we can do and the level of what we can attempt to achieve has gone up. I'd still like to, pursue that dream of making stuff creatively, I suppose, in terms of content. I've been through lots of different kinds of work, so I know that I wouldn't suddenly become a hairdresser again, or anything. I'd continue doing what I'm doing, and I'd like the security that it would put behind me. And of course, with that, I would definitely take whatever percentage cut and just do something for charity. It would also potentially, I guess, be there's another life-changing, my sister, it's her dream more than mine, but she would like to do a dog rescue centre or, a animal farm rescue. If it could set up, I know £250,000 probably a drop in the ocean for a long-term animal shelter, but, maybe I could just quickly, rather than having a house, have a little cheeky animal rescue thing, and maybe we could incorporate it into the stream in some way. I don't know, a big dream. If you gave me carte blanche, I don't know if £250,000 gets you this, but carte blanche, then Peter Folding's property, yeah, he's got all those animals and he's got all that, that's nice, isn't it? But he's not rescuing and doing things in exactly the same way as I would, but the space to do that and the ability to do that, to not just give to charity but be a charity. I don't know if I'd want to set up a charity and have all the headache of all that paperwork and whatever. Maybe someone else would have to do that, but literally to just be able to have it, you know, as a, you know, when I look back on the dogs I couldn't rescue, you know, that does over. I went in that dog rescue. I went up and down, and I selected one, and like there was 2 or 3 that I always still think about to this day. I hope they had a good life in the end because I couldn't take them myself. So you know, maybe something like that as a lot, you know, like dream. But I'm probably never going to get to that level because it probably costs quite a lot of money, more than $250,000. So yeah, the best thing I'd sensibly suggest to me would be, I don't know a lot about investment and banking and, you know, stocks and shares and Elon Musk. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm going to give you some miracle advice. I'd just say take 200 grand of it and buy a property or like a flat or whatever, and that's going to still be worth the money. And it's like maybe a fixer-upper and do some fixer-uppering. That might be fun. And then 50 grand of it can now be your budget for increasing what you're doing, and like carry on working, obviously, like work with more behind you, like maybe of that, like I said, knock off 10% here or there to give to charity. Like that'd be it. But like an animal sanctuary for $250,000 like is going to be a big ask, because like even the property is probably going to cost, you know what I mean? Look at how much Peter Folding's house costs. So I don't know, it might have to start small. I started small by just rescuing an animal, but that was a bit of a time in my life, yeah. It's an interesting question, isn't it? What would you do with just like a big wallop of money? And I don't know if it's necessarily, like I've seen people literally, there's a local case of somebody who won a lot of money on like gambling, essentially, like, you know, a compound bet. And whilst they probably still have a house, like, you know, the free and easy cash is gone. You see people who win the lottery, and whether it's because of bad investment or whatever, or just lifestyle, like the money goes. Like money's not going to sustain you. Like I think you should still have to work. I think, like when you look at these really rich people as well, like Elon Musk and people like that, if you're born into some ridiculous wealth, like, you know, if your parents are like royalty, or like, you know, if you're Elon Musk's kids, then maybe it's a different thought. But I feel like even one day when my parents die and I inherit whatever they leave to me, I'm not like waiting for them to die so I've got a nest egg. It's like, I just feel like you have to work, and like even if you get lucky and you get a bit of like money in the bank for security, or like somewhere to live that you don't have to pay such heavy rent on, or, you know, whatever, you're still gonna have to pay bills. You're still gonna have to, like, if I bought a mansion, I'm gonna have to pay a big electricity bill. Do you know what I mean? Like, you still got to think about these things. So I just think money could enable you to be more like, look at what Peter Folding's done, like with loans and mortgages and whatever money he's got. Like, he's bought fat boats and nice sonar, and that enables him to go and work and do like bigger projects, I guess. Like, I've seen people who invest in cameras, and literally having an expensive camera that's like 20 grand and upwards enables you to go on jobs that other people that don't have the posh camera can't do. So like, I think maybe in some way I'd be thinking about how to, I won't buy expensive cameras, but, you know, those sort of investments in your ability to produce, in your ability to create, in your ability to be more productive, that's a good, sensible thing, I think, generally. But I think it'd be naive for people to think 20, 50, 100 grand in the bank, that's it, I don't have to work anymore, I'll just live off the money. If you try to live off the interest, you could try that, but like just spending the money until it's gone, you'll be expecting a certain standard of life, and then it would just suddenly go, won't it? Unless you can bargain it out into the future, like even with inflation and this and that. Like, I mean, money, you have to work to keep it going, otherwise it goes. I think, yeah. I mean, I do consider what I do here to be my work, bear in mind. I'm talking about this, I'm at work now. So, you know, there was a big conversation recently about streamers, considering one streamer said that streaming was very draining, more draining than a normal job, and, you know, streaming therefore is really difficult and like more difficult. And like, I'm not naive to how hard work can be. Like, roofing was definitely more hard work than streaming, but like 8 hours streaming like is a different kind of hard work. It's a different kind of drain on you. So I do consider myself to be doing work, even though I'm just messing about talking to you chuffers. And I have graciously, thank you very much for your tippies, you know, been earning money because I've been here turning up. You know, I'm not expecting you to give me £300 because I'm going to give you a promise of some secret key to some code. I don't think you need to do that. But also, like, if you've got infinite money, then would you just sit at home just eating chocolate then? Is that it? Like, if that's the case, then fuck off the job now and just buy loads of chocolate. Like, go and, like, or work, start a chocolate company. You can have all the excess chocolate you can eat. Life is good. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, if you've really got this dream to just do nothing, then you might as well just be a fucking tramp and just get on the crack, because, like, you can do nothing every day. Like, people still want to be productive and they still want to produce and create or give back. Like, giving back's a funny word, but you find a lot of people who find themselves in a lucky situation. Like, we all work hard at stuff, but some people get bigger and better recompense sometimes, maybe through luck or whatever, but like maybe through hard work or different means, whatever. Like, when they are better off, some people say, I want to give back now. I feel like I want, and it's not just because they want public image, it's because they actually feel to give back, because it's like rewarding. And so I think sitting on your ass eating chocolate is not the way or whatever. Like, I think it's about, like, you know, you can even enjoy life, retire, like, you know, go around the world, whatever, but like just doing nothing, like just sort of wandering about looking at stuff, no one really feels completely fulfilled by that, do they? I think people still want to be involved, engaged, part of something. And like I said, whether it be charitable work or just giving back, or if you got into a lucky position, like Elon Musk is like a workaholic who keeps wanting to build and build and build. Like, I don't know, I think if I got into a lucky position where the work I did rewarded me so I was comfortable, then I'd start looking around at what else I could do to make other people comfortable, and then I'd just feel happy. Or animals, like I said, like, then I'd just feel happy, and then that'd be me, I'd be happy. So I don't need to Elon Musk it up. Here's someone who's comfortable sitting in their own squalor. This is King Cobra JFS, who's a YouTuber, and people pay him, and he sits and drinks, and he's recently got himself a girlfriend, and she sat in the bath and fell asleep on stream. So let's have a look at this.
Happy middle of the week. Do ourselves a little drink combo action. We got Birdhouse, Hard Apple. My buddy Alex Vick there sent me a bunch of shooters. And what I do with the shooters is, if I'm not trying them individually, I'll mix them all together
He's got a scab on his head.
in one glass and add some like mixer with it and see how it tastes. Dr. McKillicuddy's, but
And his microphone is awful, but he's not really the star of the stream tonight. While he mixes all his different mixes together, he's talking about his lady friend.
wrong.
And this is his lady friend, and she's in the bath. She's also streaming, and she gets wasted, drunk, maybe even high with other stuff. And she does, well... I mean, this is Nutterwatch, and this will remind you of Alan's song, won't it? Wonderful Life, which is what we're going to finish on. That's what ties today's stream together. I mean, this is not ideal, is it? Could you imagine if you were watching a stream and the streamer was having fun, getting wasted, and then this happened? This is some of you. Look, you chuffers in chat are all saying the nights. This is you. You're all falling asleep. Like, this is bad though, isn't it? Like, someone needs like an intervention at this point, otherwise they literally might die. Like, what would you do if you were watching the stream? Like, this is live stream fails, like, extreme, isn't it? What would you do? What's going on? This is a streamer, like I just showed you. She's like an American. She's got involved on the stream side of things, I mean, I don't know her history, but by dating that guy who's a bit more of a popular lolcow, she's suddenly on the circuit, and so she's running these nutty streams where she gets wasted. This one happened to be in the bath. People are calling her on her phone now. Wake up. I mean, I think she's drunk. Or maybe worse.
Now, if you're calling the cops on me and Jessica just to be a dick, then screw you. But when there's legitimate concern, dude.
Hey, the police are asking about you.
The police? Oh, Jesus Christ.
So someone sent the police.
I'm in the freaking bathroom.
All right.
God, fuck you.
And she's angry about it. But they kind of just saved her life a little bit.
No, Josh did not. No, the fuck Josh did not. No, he didn't. Why did I hide from my dad? Because I'm in the fucking tub.
But you're also live on the internet.
Hello? Do you want your dad to see you naked, you stupid bitch? I don't need to go to bed.
I think you might. So I thought that was a lovely little moment in stream history that happened this
She
week.
got so fucking drunk, started self-deprecating herself.
It's classic Nutterwatch stuff. This is another lolcow which we haven't really talked about ever before, King Cobra. But, you know, here, meet King Cobra.
Sitting there saying, well, I hope Josh finds a better girlfriend. He deserves the best, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I would challenge Jessica to save one of her drinking streams when she acts like this, and then go back and watch it so she can see how she fucking acts. And it's fucking sad, because I hate seeing Jessica like that. It's depressing.
I'm fine. And it sucks that my dad has to answer the cop calls for me, because I'd literally walk out there naked. I would walk out in front of the cops, bush and nipples hard. And like, so y'all really want me to go to jail, don't you? But I'd like,
Because her and her mommy have issues, I get that, but like, let's see how the combination of all these smell.
Oh, he's drinking his drink. Let's get Alan on. This is what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to get Alan on to finish it off, because it's, you know, you see her falling asleep in the bath like that. I don't know if I'll be able to get them both on the screen at the same time, but you see her falling asleep on the bath like that, and it just makes you think of this, doesn't it? So this is how we're going to finish today's stream, is with a classic. Thank you everyone for your engagement, your time, your tippies, sharing the streams. If you know someone else who finds this sort of thing funny, we're not trying to be bullies here. We're not trying to be horrible. We're trying to hold people to account, especially if they're narcissists, grifters, combination of both. Or generally the strange, the eccentric, the weird. I'd like to think in the future we could actually start to engage on Nutterwatch. I'd like to think, you know, maybe in the future, maybe we could do a three segment stream where we have the start, the main course, and the pudding. And maybe the pudding doesn't have to be as bad. You know, like nutters that we love, like the lovable nutter, the nice one. We're not going to finish with a nice lovable nutter tonight. We're going to finish with something we love instead, which is this. But out there are some eccentrics, some different people, and they're fine. They're cool. I love them. I'm a big fan. I am one of them. But it's when people do lying, grifting, and strange or unsavoury behaviour. That's what Nutterwatch is to bring to account. Stuff we can laugh at together, that we don't want to get too dark, too serious, too mean. So this is your dessert tonight. This is your pudding. It is a pudding as well. It's a proper pudding. He is a pudding. So thank you very much, everyone, for clicking like, for sharing the video, for the tippies, the subscriptions, the gifted memberships. If you have become a gifted member, or you are a member and you haven't re-upped, or you do re-up, when you do re-up, thank you very much. And of course, there is members content on this channel. There will be some more members content coming this week, so keep an eye out for that. You be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. Let's let Alan play us out. And hopefully this won't get done for the music copyright, but if it does, it might have to get muted out or deleted off the end, but you get to see it. Looks like someone just woke up. Or has he been up all night? See, because in this, he's singing the song, but you can't hear him singing because he's not near the microphone. But I actually think he's not singing it to record it for the song. I think he's just singing it for his own, in his own head. I think he's been up all night on the hard stuff.
A battery exhausted, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about or who you're talking to. That's the problem. A battery exhausted, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about or who you're talking to. That's the problem. A battery exhausted, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about or who you're talking to. That's the problem.